A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Presenting a new chapter in the life of Mary Sothern. Here is a charming story of an everyday woman whose life story we believe will interest you as it has thousands of others from coast to coast. Start listening today and plan to follow a story that never has a dull moment. Mary Sothern's life story is presented each weekday at this time by the makers of Ipana toothpaste. Those glamorous women of stage and screen, what chance would they have if their smiles were not lovely? But let's be frank. What chance for love and admiration does any woman have? What chance do you have if you've neglected that warning trace of pink on your toothbrush and little by little lost the beauty of your smile? Don't let that happen. Not to you. At the first sign of pink on your toothbrush, face this fact. Pink toothbrush is a warning that can't be dodged. It may mean serious trouble, even tragedy ahead. See your dentist right away. Follow his advice to the letter. There's a good chance, of course, that he'll tell you your condition is not yet serious, that you can charge your condition up to soft food diet, that your gums have grown weak and flabby from lack of exercise. Then, like so many dentists, he may suggest Ipana with massage, to give your gums the stimulation that they need. Why? Because Ipana, I-P-A-N-A, Ipana, when used with massage, is specially designed to help the health of your gums. And that's the very basis of sound, strong teeth and the flashing smile that compels admiration. So tonight, after you brush your teeth with Ipana, squeeze a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertip and gently massage your gums. Zip, just like that. You'll feel a tang, a tingly, glowing feeling in your gums as exhilarating as a breath of forest balsam. That famous tang is exclusive with Ipana and massage, and it means that you're stimulating your gums, rousing circulation, helping to make your gums firmer and healthier, your teeth brighter, your smile more glamorous. Don't wait for any symptom that may threaten your smile. Ask your druggist for an economical tube of Ipana toothpaste today. Use Ipana with massage tonight. Well, here's another Monday in the life of Mary Sothern. But for Mary, it's far, far from being a blue Monday. In fact, Mary is so happy this morning that, well, we feel like sticking wildflowers in our hair and skipping over hill and dale. She and Max had just spent a glorious weekend together. And how did that happen? Well, when Mary had learned that Max had joined the gambling racket to make her hate him because he felt unworthy of her love, she was overjoyed because she realized that Max really loved her. She was so happy, the Reverend saw only one thing to do: go to the jail where Max was being held after the gambling house raid and have him released in his custody until his trial came up. This arranged, the Reverend, in turn, released Max into Mary's custody, and, well, she still got him. It's coming from the nasal passages of a sublimely contented man, our own Max, unaware as yet that Monday morning has come and that his wife is about to re-enter their bedroom to tell him so.
Oh, what a horribly beautiful noise. Max. Max, darling, you frightened the baby. Oh, heavens, he must have choked to death. I've just gotten him back. Max, wake up. Max, darling. Now, that's unfair. I can't understand a word. Max. All right, little man. It's cold water for you, and how you love it. give you one more chance. Max. Well, it's too late. This hurts Mama more than it does you, but Beauty's beauty.
Close the window, Mac. Close the window. It's raining in.
Oh, you think so? Well, take this.
Hey, ye gods, the roof's gone.
Max, dear, I had to. You were snoring so loud.
Well, Toots, it's going to cost you.
No, Max, no, I had to. You wouldn't wake up when I called you.
Yeah, well, put down that...
All right, now there. I put it down.
All right, and here I come.
Max, no.
Hey, come out from behind that chair.
Stop. There's no thing for fighting.
Are you coming out from behind that chair?
No.
Huh?
And besides, what do you think Trevor Blaine thinks downstairs with all this noise going on?
Well, I didn't start running.
That's right. Blame it on me.
yeah. I guess maybe we had better cut it out.
Well, that's a good boy.
Sure.
Now get your shower.
Now I got you.
No, turn me loose.
You fell for my line, didn't you?
No, it's not the first time.
Oh, a wise guy, huh? Well, now, just for that...
No, Max, no. Not put me down. You tear my dressing gown.
Well, I want to see if you bounce. Now, you got to treat dames rough, you know. Oh, hey, quit biting my ears.
Oh, Max. Oh, Max, I'm so happy.
Oh, gee, you mean that?
Of course I mean it, darling. Max, what did I ever do to make you think such a horrible thing?
Think what, Mary? Think what?
Well, you know, how could you ever think I was too good for you?
Well, if I had been so ecclesiastical, I'd have caught on to it sooner.
But egotistical, dear.
Yep. Oh, yeah, thanks. Mary, you see...
Max, if I thought you weren't a good man, what kind of a woman would I be?
No, wait a minute, I didn't get that one. My ears was lapping over.
Well, listen, would a good woman give her love to a man who's not good?
Sure. Sometimes a woman just can't tell. Now, you always thought that I was good, and you still think so. But, Toots, I'm bad.
Certainly you're bad.
Mm-hmm.
All little boys are bad.
Huh?
Well, look what they're made of. Rats and snails and puppy dog tails. And none of them are really fit for little girls. Because little girls are made out of sugar and spice and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
But little girls grow up and they have to love and marry. There's nothing to do but pick out little boys. I know little boys never grow up, but sometimes I wish mine would.
Oh, what do you mean?
They're such desperate little fellas when they're remorseful for making Mom mad. Well, they even run away from home. When I married you, sweetheart, I married all of you. And you married all of me. We're a man and a woman in love with each other, and that wouldn't be if we didn't respect each other, have faith and trust in each other. I have all of those from you.
Oh, listen, cut it out, will you, Toots? See, every time I let you start flinging words around, I wind up with a set of wings and a silo.
Halo, man.
Well, now what's so funny, huh?
I was just thinking how you'd look in halo.
Well, better than you do, and those guess what I am has.
And what if your halo was too big and it came down over your ears?
Well, we'll make a floor lamp out of it. And use your hat for a shade.
Oh, yes. Silly, though.
Well, now, listen, you might be, but I'm wonderful again, ain't I? Huh?
Oh, so hug me tighter.
How do you like that? Hiya, Jimmy. Hey, what do you mean muscling in here?
Well, we didn't know you were awake, dear.
Oh, they're hugging again, Susan. When might as well go back to bed.
Well, come on in, Susan. You and Jimmy. We're all going to have breakfast in just a few minutes.
You betcha.
But I bet you and Daddy Max can't have any coffee.
Hey, I'll slug the guy that says we can't.
Your boy starts slugging now.
You mustn't use that language. Max, do you hear what you've done to my baby?
What?
Oh, see. Now, Jimmy, how can't Mother and Daddy Max have any coffee?
Have it all boiled over.
What?
Heavens above, I put coffee on and forgot all about it.
Take it easy, so take it easy, so we'll make another pot.
Get your shower, Max. Come on, Susan, let's go clean up the mess and get breakfast started.
Wait a Susan. Daddy Max is going to take a shower bath and change is not allowed. I'll go turn it on for you.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Give me a kiss before you go.
Oh, no, this is sickly.
Well, I'll whack them all, Susan. We'll try it all over, huh? Bye now.
Bye.
Hey, Jimmy, close that shower curtain, will you? You want to plug the joint?
Okay.
I'll see you later, Sis.
Hurry up, Daddy Max. Mommy and I have breakfast ready in a few minutes, hardly.
Okay, Sis.
Mommy, turn on the water and it almost nearly went all over everything.
Well, we won't fret about that, Susan. There's too much to be happy about. Isn't it wonderful to have Daddy Max home?
Yes. And can't he play with Jimmy and me sometimes instead of always being with you?
Oh, you little angel, of course he can and will. I've been 2 piglets with him, haven't I?
Yes. Oh, you want me to see who it is at the door, Mom?
No, I'll go see what it is. Oh, good morning, Reverend Blaine.
Good morning, Mary.
I'll bet you came to complain of the noise Max and I made cutting up like a couple of kids.
Why, not at all. I didn't hear a sound.
Well, I'm sure we loosened some of the plaster.
Happy, Mary.
Don't ask me to raise my church pledge this morning. I'd triple it, and I hardly afford what it is now. Oh, Reverend Blaine, I've heard of second honeymoons, but I didn't think there was any such thing really until this weekend. I know I'm the happiest woman in the world. Well, aren't you even going to congratulate me?
Mary, I'd rather have taken a beating than to climb these stairs with my little piece of news.
What news?
Well, Max probably told you. You see, I arranged for him to be in my custody until they sent for him.
Yes, but... Oh, come on in.
Thank you.
What is the news, Reverend?
Well, Mary, Sheriff Barstow has just called and asked me to return Max.
So soon?
Well, Mary, you knew Max was going to have to face trial. But the joys of your second honeymoon, as you called it, made you forget almost everything but Max, the babies, and being happy, didn't they? Even the babies ran second to Max. And we're earnestly hoping that anybody's aim to take Max from you will run second to your desire to keep him with you forever. When you've got a tube of Ipana toothpaste in your cabinet, there's no need to risk the loss of beauty that often is the result of home neglect of teeth and gums. Just brush your teeth with Ipana. I-P-A-N-A, Ipana. Then put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertip and massage your gums. You feel the difference. You feel a tingly sensation, a glow, a tang that's exclusive with Ipana and massage. Your teeth feel clean. Your mouth feels wide awake, and that's exhilarating. Your gums feel stimulated, and that is important. Because when you stimulate your gums with Ipana and massage, you're taking a big step toward better oral health. You see, Ipana with massage quickens circulation, arouses lazy gums. So your gums tend to get stronger and firmer, your teeth sounder, and your smile more flashing and lovely. Try Ipana with massage, the famous technique in the home care of the mouth. Don't let tonight go by without taking this easy step toward firmer gums, sounder teeth, and the lovable charm that goes with a sparkling smile. Ask your druggist for an economical tube of Ipana toothpaste today. Will the grand jury indict Max in the gambling racket case? If an indictment is returned, the trial will follow, and Max will be prosecuted by District Attorney McGraw, who is determined to send everybody connected with the syndicate through prison for a long term. What will happen? Don't miss tomorrow's chapter of radio's most fascinating serial story, The Life of Mary Sothern.
The Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
Hello, Mr. Marvin.
Hi, Ethelbert. Are we on the air?
Yeah, but Say, you don't have your script with you tonight.
Oh, I don't need a script for what I have to say. Everyone knows that the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation is the world's largest maker of household glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole. Our adventure for tonight, The Gray Kitten. On the edge of our city is lovely Greenwood Lake. Just before midnight, an automobile pulls up to one of the big bungalows along the shore, and a tall, dark man gets out. Seeming to brace himself, he goes to the door and opens it with his key. Seated before the fireplace is a large and determined-looking middle-aged woman.
Hello, Carlos.
Why, Hester, this is a pleasant surprise.
Where's my sister?
Jessie, left for Detroit this evening.
Detroit?
Didn't she let you know?
She certainly didn't. She phoned me this morning and said she wanted to discuss something with me. She said nothing about leaving town.
Oh, you know her, Jessie. Late this afternoon, she says, Carlos, my darling, I must leave for Detroit tonight to attend to some business. So, like a good husband, I arrange her transportation and take her to the 8 o'clock train.
I knew Jessica was becoming irresponsible 6 months ago when she married you. But I didn't think she was so far gone. Why, I've been waiting here ever since 8:30. And she didn't tell you I'd be here?
Not a word.
Oh, the woman's gone crazy.
When she phoned you this morning, what did she say she wanted to see you about?
She didn't say, but I had an idea, Carlos, that you'd been treating her badly again.
Why, my dear Hester, why don't you mind your own business?
Because I don't trust you. My sister's 50 years old. Young men of your type marry middle-aged women for just one reason, money.
I cannot hope to change your opinion, I suppose.
No. So, I'll be starting back to town.
I'll help you with the coat.
Don't bother. Carlos, how did you get all that dirt on your hands?
Dirt?
And your shoes and trouser legs are covered with it.
Oh, my car got stuck in the mud on the shortcut road. I had to push it out.
Oh. Just when will Jessica come back from Detroit?
She wasn't sure. She let me know.
I see. I suppose she went to Detroit to turn some more of her property there into cash for you to spend.
I do not know. And furthermore, I'm not interested in Jessie's money. Good night, Hester.
Good night. Oh, I nearly forgot something.
Forgot?
That cat of Jessica's had a kitten tonight.
A cat?
Daisy. I heard her meowing when I came in and found her in Jessica's room with one kitten beside her. She's just been born.
It was born at what time?
About 8:30.
In Jessica's room?
I just told you it was. Since Jessica's away, I'm taking Daisy and her kitten home with me. You wouldn't give them proper care. I put mother and child in a box in here. You see? Look at her.
A gray kitten.
Oh, gray. Except for that white streak on his head. It's just like the streak of pure white that runs through Jessica's gray hair.
Take that kitten out of here. Take it away.
Oh.
As you said, Hester, I wouldn't know how to take care of it.
Take the cat's box to my car.
No, you carry the box.
You act as though you're afraid of this cat and her kitten.
Come, I help you in your car.
Oh, very well. Be sure you let me know when you hear from Jessica.
I will let you know, Hester. I will let you know.
Logan, you're absolutely nuts. The longest game ever played in a major league was between Brooklyn and Boston in 1920. It went 26 innings.
Yeah, wait till I get my hands in the record book. I'll show you.
You've got a record.
Goodness sakes, do you two have to make all this noise?
Wise guy.
That's your phone.
Guy.
Go on.
Good thing, too.
Hello, Homicide Bureau, Captain Logan speaking.
This is Miss Hester Simmons.
Who?
Hester Simmons. I live at 347 Parkview Drive.
Oh, Yes, Miss Simmons. What can I do for you?
He gives a good address so he gets polite.
Oh, shut up, Casey. Go ahead, Miss Simmons.
I have something very important to talk to you about.
What is it?
My sister has been missing for 3 weeks, Captain. I'm afraid she's been murdered.
Murder, Casey.
Oh, tell me about your sister, Miss Simmons.
It's too long a story to tell over the phone. Come to my house, please. Now.
All right, I'll be there in 15 minutes, Miss Simmons.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye. Hey, you and Miss Williams will have to excuse me, Casey.
Oh, no. That little word murder we just heard has made us curious.
Just a front page story, pal, with pictures.
Okay, come on. Your sister's husband told you that night, Miss Simmons, he just put her on the train for Detroit?
Yes, Captain. But now I have every reason to disbelieve him.
Excuse me, Miss Simmons. What is the name of your sister's husband?
Carlos Gabassos.
Gervasos. Right?
Go on with your story, Miss Simmons.
Well, since the night he told me that Jessica had gone to Detroit, I've heard nothing from her. She always writes me when she's away, and I became worried. So last week, I engaged a private detective agency.
I see.
And they learned that although callers purchased accommodations for the Detroit train that night, Jessica wasn't on the train. Nor have they been able to find any trace of her in Detroit.
Miss Simmons, you say Gervaso's hands were dirty and his shoes and trouser legs were caked with mud that night, huh?
Yes, Mr. Casey, he might have gotten in that condition from digging her grave.
Oh, Miss Simmons, you mustn't let yourself imagine such terrible things.
I have despised Carlos from the day I met him. Why did he marry my sister? All she had to offer him was money. I think finally she refused to give him any more, so he got rid of her.
We'll look into your sister's financial affairs, Miss Simmons. I suppose you know who handled her business.
Yes. The firm of Burdens and Lockridge.
Good.
Oh, Captain, look out! Oh, my gosh, you almost stepped on that little kitten.
Oh, where did that come from?
I don't know. I guess it just wandered out of the other room. Oh, look at it. Can't be more than a few weeks old.
Yeah. A little bundle of gray fur.
And look at the funny white streak on its head, Casey. See? There's another mark on it.
Sure cute.
It's always running away from its mother. That kitten was born the night my sister disappeared.
Yeah?
Yes, I brought it home with me.
Well, I guess we'll be getting along.
Captain, if your investigation of my sister's financial affairs supports my suspicions, will you put Gabassos under arrest?
Well, that won't be sufficient basis for a murder charge, Miss Simmons, but it'll cause me to ask Mr. Gervaso some very personal questions.
That must be the house, Captain.
Yeah. This time of year, this place is a nice setup for a murder. Plenty of privacy.
And many places in those deep woods to bury a body.
Now, don't you two decide there's been a murder until there's a lot more evidence than I have now. I'll park here.
Well, you've learned that since her marriage, Mrs. Gervasos converted a lot of her holdings into cash. And that there's no record of where that cash went to.
Even if her husband got it, Miss Williams, that doesn't prove he killed
I
her.
wonder who that green car in the driveway belongs to.
Yeah. Miss Simmons said the Gervasos had a black one.
Yeah, I can see that one in the garage.
The guy must have visitors.
I mean, a visitor. Look at those footprints in the snow.
A woman's footprint.
Hey, maybe the missing Mrs. Gervasos has come home.
Ring that doorbell. Let's find out.
I'm doing that little thing.
Who's there?
This is a police officer.
Police?
Let us in, please.
What do you want?
I can tell you that more comfortably inside.
Just a minute.
He sounded a little nervous.
Everybody gets nervous when a cop comes unexpectedly to their door. Yeah, he's opening up.
Come in.
Thanks. You, Carlos Gervasos?
Yes?
I'm Captain Logan, Homicide Squad.
Homicide?
Uh-huh. This is Miss Williams and Mr. Casey.
I have done no homicide.
This is a nice living room, Mr. Gervasos. Where's the lady who just left it?
Lady?
Yeah, we saw her car outside and her footprints. Now, here's a highball glass with lipstick on the rim.
I see.
Well, let's see her.
Here I am. I stepped into the kitchen because I thought you might want to talk to Carlos in private. Well, introduce me.
This is Miss Vera Lavelle, an old friend.
Of yours or your wife?
Of both. I drove out here to ask Mr. Gervasos if he'd heard anything from Jessie.
Yeah?
Yeah.
She's a bimbo, Logan.
In caps. Well, have you heard anything from your wife, Mr. Gervaso?
No. I think maybe my wife's sister has sent you to ask me about that.
You're right. And we arrived at such a nice time.
Distinctive shade of lipstick you use, Miss Laval. Matches the lip prints Mr. Gervasos is wearing on his chin.
So what?
This gives me the idea that your old friend was pretty sure his wife wouldn't drop in here unexpectedly.
This is ridiculous. I don't
Can it, Gervasos? When I came here, I was giving you all the benefit of a doubt. But now you're coming down to headquarters and tell me a lot of things.
Does this mean I'm under arrest?
Yes.
On what charge?
Suspicion of murder.
All of us are becoming increasingly price conscious. So I know you'll be interested in a product which costs not 1 penny more than it did immediately before the war and is actually far less expensive than anything even remotely comparable to it only 10 years ago. Now I'm talking about Fire King oven glass, the beautiful pale blue oven glass that is guaranteed for 2 years against oven breakage. Fire King oven glass makes delicious meals simpler and easier to prepare, and it cuts dishwashing time by a full 2/3 because you bake, serve, and store leftovers in the same dish. It makes meals more appetizing and more healthful because oven baking safeguards not only flavor, but vitamins and minerals as well. Yet, individual pieces of Fire King oven glass cost as little as 5 cents at your favorite chain, variety, hardware, or department store. Beautiful, practical, inexpensive Fire King oven glass is a product of Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass.
So they turned that guy Gervasos loose today, huh, Casey?
Yeah. He's out of jail, Ethelbert.
And did poor Captain Logan go out on a limb when he put him in there?
Same limb you went out on, Annie. Stories you wrote after his arrest had the guy all but convicted and in the hot seat. I don't know how you talked City Desk into running those things. Must have been your charm, I guess. And the DA doesn't even ask for an indictment.
Well, he should have gotten an indictment. He was able to prove that Gervasos had gotten over $40,000 from his wife's estate. He could prove that Gervasos and his wife quarreled because she refused to give him any more money. He could prove that...
He could prove everything, Annie, except the all-important fact of murder. And they've still found no trace of a body. And the DA knows a trial jury wouldn't convict him.
So this Gervasos may get away with murder. If he's committed it.
Yeah, kind of looks that way, Ethelbert, now. I don't think he's going to keep much of that 40 grand, though.
How do you mean?
Well, I don't know. That Laval dame will get it. You know, I think she pushed Gervasos into the murder of Jessica, and I think she'll push him into a new deal soon because she's going to want more money.
Hey, look who's coming in the door now.
Huh? Who?
Casey, it's Gervasos.
Who's out with him?
There they are, Dan. Hello, Miss Williams. Evening, Casey. We expected to find you here.
You were looking for us?
Not for you, Casey. But we have a present for you, Miss Williams.
What is it?
Tell her, Dan. Make it official.
Someone's waiting.
Oh.
Yes. I'm suing for $100,000 damages to my name and reputation.
Well, Mr. Gervasos, do you think that I have $100,000?
Miss Williams, your paper will be a joint defendant in my suit. The stories you wrote were so very unkind to me.
Look here, Gervasos. If you bring a libel suit against Miss Williams in the Morning Express, the paper and everyone on it will do everything possible to prove you really killed your wife.
No one in this world can prove I killed my wife, Mr. Casey.
What's the matter?
The cat. The Gray Kitten.
Gray Kitten?
I must get out of here. Come on, Dan.
Right with you, boss.
Casey, what is the
Don't
matter?
ask me.
It was sure peculiar.
Hey, wait a minute. Oh, look at you, Kitty. Come here.
I guess some people are just naturally afraid of cats, Casey.
Hey, where did this kitten come from, Ethelbert?
I must have sneaked in from the street. It don't belong here.
It just sat on the floor and looked at Gervasos, and then when he saw it... Hey. Annie, this Gray Kitten has a single white mark on his forehead. Look. Like the one we saw at Miss Simmons a month ago.
Yes. Yes, it has.
I'm going to have a talk with Miss Simmons tomorrow. You know, I'm getting a screwy hunch that this cat is bad medicine for that guy Gervasos. Miss Simmons, you say Gervasos showed fear of this kitten the night it was born.
Yes, and I've been thinking of a certain possible reason for his actions that frightens me.
What's that?
Are you familiar with the theory of reincarnation?
Oh, you mean the belief that when a person dies, his soul is born again in a new body?
Perhaps in that of an animal. My sister Jessica believed in reincarnation. Carlos is very superstitious. And he'd heard Jessica say that when she died, she'd return to life as a cat.
Huh? She said that?
Many, many times.
And that kitten was born in your sister's room. About the time Gervasos may have killed her.
Yes. And this kitten has a white streak on its head that ran through Jessica's hair. I, as most people, regard the strange combination of things I've mentioned as coincidence. But I think they explain Carlos' fear and prove his guilt.
Miss Simmons, I kind of think so, too. We've got to have better proof than that for a jury. I want to borrow that kitten.
What for?
I'm going to use it to break that guy down. Play on his superstition till he cracks wide open. At least once a day, he's going to run into this cat.
He ran into it last night, and no one arranged that.
Yeah, that's funny, isn't it?
Very funny. Take the kitten, Mr. Casey, and be good to it. Be good to it, Mr. Casey.
Your idea about using that kitten to crack Gervasos is swell, Casey.
Huh? Well, I'm glad you see the possibilities, Logan.
Every time Gervasos goes out, one of your detectives will shoo the kitten right across his path, Captain.
Beautiful, Miss Williams. Simply beautiful.
Well. For once, we bring you an idea and you don't throw ice water on it.
You two masters of detection and criminal psychology haven't given me a chance to talk yet. Your idea is magnificent, stupendous, and colossal.
Yeah.
It might even work, except for one thing. Gervasos has disappeared.
Disappeared?
He and that Laval dame took a powder last night, left with bag and baggage.
Well, didn't you have him walk?
I thought the DA's men were keeping an eye on him, and he thought my guys were doing the job.
Nice going.
Of course, you newspaper birds never make a
Don't
mistake.
you two start one of your riots now. My nerves won't take it, please. Captain, you'll locate Gervasos and the Laval woman eventually, of course.
We'll try to, Miss Williams, but we still don't have enough evidence of murder. I've got work to do now. The two of you take that kitten and get out of here.
Okay. Where is the kitten, Casey?
Huh? Well, it was on the floor here a minute ago. See? Here, Kitty. Here, Kitty. Cat, come here.
Not over here.
Kitty, come
Anyway,
here.
the door's closed, so...
Here, Kitty. Here, Kitty.
Sound kind of silly,
It must
Logan.
have gone out that window.
Yeah, there it is.
It's down on the street.
It's running around that corner.
Oh, my gosh, it'll be killed or get lost, and we'll never find it.
You should have been watching it, Casey. Now, like Gervasos, the kitten is gone.
Casey, it's been... Look out, Grace! Oh, dear, these women. Did you see what she did?
Yeah.
Well, Casey, it's been a long time now since that Gervasos and his gal friend flew the coop, huh?
Over 3 months, Ethelbert, yeah.
And the cops haven't found a trace of him.
It's really a break for you and your newspaper, Miss Williams. With Gervasos gone, he can't sue you.
No, I think that was just a shakedown anyway.
I hope.
Yeah. And if he'd stuck around, I think we'd have gotten a confession out of him, too.
By using that kitten as your plan?
Why, sure. He was scared to death of that little thing, Ethelbert. I think seeing it here that night was the reason he lammed out of town in such a hurry. Oh, wait a minute. Here's Logan.
Hello, everybody. I hoped I'd find you here, Casey.
Yeah, we'll draw up a stool, pal.
I haven't time now.
Huh?
Casey, we've located Gervasos and Vera Laval.
You
Yeah, where?
Yeah, in a town less than 100 miles from here. The guy's married again to another rich old dame.
Married again,
Yeah, under another name, of course. And he's dyed his hair, grown a mustache, and is wearing glasses. The local cops only got wise to him by accident. And the Laval gal is living in the same town. She's changed herself over, too. They're getting ready for another killing, Casey.
You mean that literally?
Yeah. A servant who works for Gervasos' new wife overheard a conversation between Gervasos and Laval. And the servant tipped off the wife, and she told the cops.
Yeah?
They instructed her to sit tight until I got there. I understand the guy is planning to take his new missus, who's really got plenty of dough, on a boat trip to South America. But she's not supposed to reach there.
Oh, what's his scheme to get rid of her?
We don't know yet, but I'm leaving for Gavasso's new hometown in an hour. Hey, you want to go along?
Doing.
Pal, we're on our way.
You sure we're alone in this house, Carlos?
I sent my dear Isabel to the movies. We're quite alone here. Come into my room where you can see what I have arranged for our little trip.
I don't trust your arrangements, Carlos. I planned the last job, and it went off perfectly.
Perfectly for you. You got most of the money. And you did not have to see that Jessica look at you when she died. I can still see her eyes staring into mine.
Oh, you've got no guts.
It was not a nice thing to remember. And then the Gray Kitten.
Carlos, if I ever see you go soft again about that Gray Kitten idea, I'm pulling out and fast.
She always said she'd be born again as a cat. And that kitten...
Stop it, I said. Stop. Now, let's get our plan straight. When your wife comes home from the movies tonight, you're going to do the job.
Yes. Tomorrow morning, an expressman will call for our trunks. She will be in one of the trunks.
Which will be shipped to New York from where the boat leaves. Then I, wearing her clothes and with her big fur scarf pulled up about my face, will take her place on the train.
When we get to New York, we claim the trunk, get rid of its contents, and disappear.
Right. Then under new names, we go to sunny California with nearly $80,000 that you've gotten out of your latest wife. Which trunk are you going to use for the job?
That old-fashioned flat one.
I'll just take a look at it.
Be careful with it. Do not touch its lid.
Why?
Look closely inside the lid.
There's a thin glass tube running along the inside edge.
The tube is filled with gas. A gas so poisonous that the one who breathes it dies almost instantly. And the lid of this trunk is closed. The glass tube automatically breaks. And whoever is inside...
Why such a fancy layout? All you have to do is choke the old dame.
No. I tell you, I'll never look into a dying woman's eyes again. My wife gets into that trunk and kills herself.
Crazy fool. How will you make her get inside and close the lid?
You do not know the wife I married this time. She called me Puggy Wiggum. Likes to play childhood games.
Childhood games?
You don't know what I've gone through. Her favorite is hide and seek. I will play hide and seek for the last time tonight. And she will be sure to think that empty trunk a very fine place to hide. The lid is very finely balanced, and it is equipped with a snap lock.
Oh, wait a minute. Your Isabel may not be able to cram herself into this trunk. You and she are about the same size, Carlos. Let's see if you can fit in there.
You wouldn't let the lid fall on me, Vera.
Oh, don't be nuts. What would I gain by that?
Nothing. I have Isabel's money. I trust you in getting.
You are a trusting guy.
But hold the lid open.
I will.
The trunk is kind of small for me.
I was afraid of that.
Wait. I move this way. Now I'm all inside. See? But I will have difficulty getting out. Hold tight the lid while I... What? The cat! Behind you, the great cat!
How did it get in here?
It's going to jump there! Hold the lid!
It's going right into my face!
Don't let the lid go!
I didn't mean to. Carlos, I didn't mean to. That cat! That cat!
That's the door, Logan. Right there, Teresa.
Captain Logan, Casey!
Shoot the lock off that trunk, Logan.
And fast.
All right, I'll lift the lid.
Get away quick, Casey. That's gas.
The windows are open. It'll soon clear.
Not quick enough for Gavassos. I've seen a lot of dead guys, and our pal here is one of them.
You were listening outside.
We heard everything, Miss Lavelle. And I'm arresting you for the murder of Carlos Gavassos.
But I didn't kill him. That cat maybe let that lid fall.
We don't see any cat here, Miss Lavelle. Maybe it jumped out one of those open windows, or maybe it never was here. Anyway, a jury won't swallow that story.
Miss Lavelle, we're going to be sure you pay for murder this time.
Perhaps Perhaps you are one of the housewives interviewed in a recent big city survey. If so, you may recall you were asked these two questions among many others. When you buy packaged foods, what kind of container do you prefer and why? A vast majority of you said that you preferred to buy foods packed in crystal clear glass. You gave literally hundreds of reasons. Practically all of you, however, preferred the glass package because it lets you see exactly what you buy before you buy it. Included in this survey were many hundreds of young mothers who were questioned on baby food packages. 8 out of 9 said they not only preferred, but insisted on prepared baby foods packed in glass. And their most important reasons were that glass was cleaner and more sanitary, that leftovers can be resealed and safely stored in the original container. Now, you too can have these recognized advantages with the foods you buy. Simply demand foods packed in glass, in Anchor glass containers protected by Tampa-proof Anchor vacuum caps. Both products of Anchor Hocking. A great name in glass.
You and Logan never meant to railroad that Laval dame for the murder of Gervasos, huh, Casey?
Of course not, Ethelbert. We were just putting on pressure.
To make her tell what she and Carlos had done with the body of Jessica.
What had they done with her?
Carlos had buried it about 4 miles away from Greenwood Lake, where the cops had no reason to search for it.
Casey, you and Miss Williams didn't see the cat that made that trunk lid fall and kill the guy, huh?
No, we didn't see it.
It had gone out a window as we guess it came in.
Do you think it was really the Gray Kitten?
Could have been any cat.
Ethelbert, we don't know.
According to that reincarnation idea, an animal might be born again as a human being.
Yes, Ethelbert. That's possible.
Very, very possible.
Yeah, it's very, very possible. Hey, what are you staring at me for?
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King oven glass, Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures. All products of the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, a great name in glass. Crime Photographer is directed by John Deese. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Leslie Woods as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Thursday night on CBS is the biggest show in town, so stay tuned for exciting dramatizations on Reader's Digest Radio Edition, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, the world's largest makers of household glass. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hello, I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. The cops wore a wig. Yes, we have that Crime Club story for you. Come right over. You're here. Good. Take the easy chair by the window. Comfortable? The book is on this shelf. Here it is. The Corpse Wore a Wig by George Bagby. The very intriguing story of a method of dying that was as deadly as murder. Let's look at it under the reading lamp. It was a few minutes before noon, and Inspector Schmidt was already having his troubles in his office at New York City's police headquarters. As a matter of fact, he was having his hands full, rubbing his aching feet. And oh, how they ached.
All right, you bloodless devil, you. Hello, Schmidt talking. What do you want?
Inspector, this is Cassidy.
Cassidy, huh? That's a big help. Which Cassidy are you?
The sergeant, sir. I suppose it's wondering you are what me and Inspector McKee man is doing on one of your cases. Well, you see, it's like...
I don't start wondering until I know what you're talking about, Cassidy.
Oh, sure. And it's right you are. You know, the good Inspector McKee went on his vacation last night.
Yes. But what's that got to do with me?
Well, I'm working for you now. Inspector McKee's orders.
Oh, my aching feet.
That's the reason, sir. Well, I'm down here in the coroner's autopsy room. You know that suicide cadaver that was brought in this morning?
I had him brought in. That's Dr. Jeremy Bullock. I wanted an autopsy done.
It's been done. And it was no suicide, Inspector.
What?
Clear and simple. An open and shut case of murder.
Let me talk to the coroner.
Well, he just left a few minutes ago. He got a call to go out on another killing. And he asked me...
Stay where you are. I'll be down as soon as I get my shoes on and learn to walk again. All right, Cassidy. What's this about murder?
There's the mortal remains of Dr. Jeremy Bullock, Inspector Schmidt, on that table. And here's the coroner's report, sir.
Right.
It's enough to make you wonder what people will do next a case like this. In all my 32 years on the police force...
Shut up, Cassidy.
Yes, sir.
Time of death between 11 o'clock and midnight.
Last night.
Contents of stomach, rye, whiskey, and chloral hydrate.
That's a sleeping medicine.
Darn it, Cassidy. There's nothing here that I didn't know before. I found the bottle of chloral on the desk in Dr. Bullock's consulting room. Where does the murder come in?
It was no overdose of medicine that killed him, Inspector.
No?
No, according to what the coroner told me, there ain't enough of that stuff in the cadaver to be cause of death.
Well, why isn't that on the report?
Oh, no, don't blame the poor fellow. He's doing the whole job alone, because the rest of the staff is out giving them smallpox vaccinations.
All right, Cassidy. What killed Dr. Bullock?
He was shot in the head, sir.
What's that?
It's a fact. And at very close range, too. There's powder marks and burns all over.
Are you trying to tell me I looked at that corpse less than 3 hours ago and didn't see a bullet hole in the head?
Well, nobody's seen it, not even the coroner. Till the wig came off.
The what?
Like it was his own hair, it was. The coroner was just about to perform an autopsy on the brain when it happened.
I see.
It was a moment for Start-House. Oh, Inspector.
Right through the top of the head. Where's the bullet, Cassidy?
Here it is. It's a slug from a .25.
Small, huh? But why did this guy need a wig? He's got more hair than I have.
That's the one thing I couldn't understand. The wig he was wearing was the exact duplicate of the hair that was growing right out of his head. That's it on the chair.
Bring it here.
Yes. Yes, it's a puzzler, all right. Because there's only blood on the inside of this thing. On the lining.
No bullet hole?
No, sir.
Mm-hmm. Then Dr. Bullock wasn't wearing it at the time he was killed. It was put on his head afterward.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Cassidy. We'll take a ride uptown to Dr. Bullock's place.
Yes, sir.
This time I'm going to do a complete job on it. And on that cute little nurse of his, too, Miss Teresa Chalmers, if she's still around.
Yes, I heard it first time. What do you want?
Who are you?
I beg your pardon. You always lead with that tone of voice?
I sometimes lead with my left. I'm Inspector Schmidt, police headquarters.
Please? Oh, my goodness. Well, come right in. I didn't mean to be brusque. But there's so much to do here.
Yeah.
So much. Oh, dear. I suppose this character with you is a policeman, too.
Why, listen, you...
Hold it, Cassidy.
But he called me a character, Inspector.
This terrible day, this dreadful day.
What are you doing here?
I'm Spencer Talcott, scalp specialist. My salon is just around the corner from here, one flight up. I give treatments for every known variety of scalp disorder. I also give beauty treatments, hair waving, rinses of every description. My salon is the byword.
Have you got a card?
Yes.
Keep it. Now, Mr. Talcott, what are you doing here?
I heard about the horrible tragedy, Jeremy's, Dr. Bullock's suicide. I was in the midst of giving someone a treat when my assistant, Miss Foley, brought me the news. You can just imagine how I felt.
Not now, if you don't mind.
Jeremy Bullock, suicide. Unbelievable. He was so perfectly balanced. Good heavens, Inspector, what are you doing?
Taking off my shoes. Any objections?
Well, I must say...
Well, don't. So you're a scalp specialist, huh? What do you know about wigs?
Wigs? Are you talking to me?
I hope so.
I don't know anything about wigs. My job is to do everything I can to avoid them for my clients. I am a scientist.
Yeah. Where's the girl?
Would you be crudely referring to Dr. Bullock's nurse?
Where is she, Talcott?
Oh, well, you don't have to shout, Inspector. Miss Chalmers is resting in Dr. Bullock's living quarters. The shock of her employer's unexpected death, I'm afraid.
Tell her to come in here.
Inspector Schmidt, the poor child is just a tangle of nerves. Couldn't you forego the usual procedure of...
Get going, Talcott.
Of course. You give me no alternative. If only there were not so many brutes in this world to tell decent people where to go.
And that calls me a character.
Forget it, Cassidy. You notice anything about this place that's out of line?
Only that worm that just crawled out of here. If I were a private citizen without the dignity of a whole department to uphold, I'd show... Why, Inspector, this room is all wrong.
Thanks for the cooperation.
But the furniture's old and broken down. Now, this is a high-class building in a fine high-class neighborhood.
Pretty expensive, huh?
Well, if I'm any judge of rentals, it's more than the likes of me can... Well, I'll be an Englishman.
What's the matter, Sergeant?
Now, what would that dirty, dilapidated moose head be doing on the wall of a doctor's waiting room?
A moose head with one eye and a crack under the chin.
It ain't the sort of thing that gives peace of mind to the sick and the troubled, is it now?
Not exactly, Cassidy. But it is something to wonder about.
Inspector Schmidt.
Oh, Miss Chalmers.
Mr. Talcott said you wanted to see me.
Mm-hmm. Come in. We don't have to talk long distance.
I'm not feeling well, Inspector. I hope you'll understand.
Don't expect him to do anything so human, my dear. I told him exactly how miserable you were, but he insisted
Cassidy.
on your...
Yes, sir.
Go through this place and see what you can pick up.
I'll do that, sir.
Start with the consultation room. That's where the body was found.
Yes, sir. The consultation. Well, that must be that room.
Now, Miss Chalmers.
What do you want? I told you everything hours ago.
You told me you came to work this morning and found Dr. Bullock sitting at his desk, dead. That isn't everything, young lady.
What?
I'd like to know more about Dr. Bullock. Why a sloppy waiting room like this, and why that moose head?
I don't know, Inspector.
How long have you been his nurse?
6 months.
What kind of people came into this dump of an office?
All kinds. What are you getting at?
Miss Chalmers, I've been a policeman too long not to recognize a phony setup.
You saw nothing wrong with it this morning.
Bright girl. I wasn't looking for the same kind of evidence.
The same kind... Inspector.
Yes, you're catching on fast. Jeremy Bullock didn't commit suicide.
I knew it. He took an overdose of that chloral hydrate by mistake. I knew he wouldn't kill himself.
You're so right. He was murdered.
Murdered?
Murdered?
You take second money, Talcott.
What of all the ridiculous, utterly
Now
fantastic...
go back to your stall.
What you won't think of next, you policeman. Good heavens.
Go back, Talcott, or I'll have Cassidy give you a scalp treatment.
Oh, good gracious.
I don't believe it. It can't be true.
Somebody dropped enough chloral hydrate into some rye whiskey to put Dr. Bullock to sleep, and then shot him in the head.
In the head? Oh, I know this is a trick. You're only fishing.
The top of the head, Miss Chalmers. Did you ever see this wig before?
No. And what's more... Wait a minute.
Yeah?
That looks like Jerry's hair.
Jerry, huh?
Was he?
No, he wasn't. How long has it been Jerry, Miss Chalmers?
We were going to be married in 2 weeks.
Is that so?
I know what you're thinking. He was old enough to be my father. But I didn't care. I loved him.
Well, there's no law against it. Yet.
Inspector, was Jerry really murdered?
Would you like to see his body again?
Talcott. She killed him. Kate Foley killed him.
Kate, my assistant? Well, you must be out of your mind.
She threatened him. She was here yesterday screaming bloody murder because he was going to marry me.
Don't stop, Miss Chalmers. This is becoming very interesting.
She said she'd kill me, too. That jealous lunatic. She had no claim on Jerry. He never promised to marry her.
How do you know?
Well, suppose he did and he changed his mind. He didn't love her. That's no reason to be murdered.
Yeah. Talcott, would Kate Foley be in your finger-waving paradise now?
Of course. But, my dear Inspector, you can't be thinking that...
I'm going to tell you, huh? Come on, I want to get her side of the story, and quick.
But Kate, she's one in a million. Expert assistant.
Oh, I almost forgot my shoes.
Dear me. What am I going to do?
Don't say another word. The minute I get into these, I start hating things. All things.
Kate. Oh, Catherine. Miss Foley!
Save your breath, Talcott. The bird has flown.
But she left the door unlatched, and she has appointments.
It could be she's got other things on her mind. Well, where does she live?
She didn't run away, Inspector. Oh, dear, such a splendid assistant. And with just the right attitude.
Miss Foley's address, Talcott.
Yes, it's in my book, right there on the desk. How can you be so unsympathetic?
It's a tough world. Say, this is quite a display of bottles you've got in this cabinet.
Aye? Oh, those, my products.
Talcott's dandruff lotion, Talcott's henna rinse, Talcott's golden rinse, Talcott's hair dye black, Talcott's hair dye brown, Talcott's for dry scalp, Talcott's for oily scalp. You believe in Talcott's, don't you?
Those are my own concoctions, Inspector. I'm a scientist.
Oh, I see. Dr. Bullock was about 55, wasn't he?
About?
And not a gray hair in his head.
Oh, there were many, my good man, many. But thanks to Talcott's hair dye black...
he was able to fool the ladies. All right, let's get back to Miss Foley.
It won't be necessary to go to her home, Inspector. Dear child left this note for me. She's gone blunt.
Where?
For goodness sakes, how should I know? Miss Foley has a life of her own. She doesn't have to tell me.
What time will she be back?
She has an appointment with a very distinguished Park Avenue matron at 4 o'clock.
That gives me 2 hours to...
Inspector Schmidt.
I was just leaving, Cassidy.
Yes, sir. The young lady told me where to find you, and I ran as fast as my leg could get.
What is it?
Well, sir, it's evidence I've located. Real evidence.
In Dr. Bullock's office?
In his file of cases. You know the file where a doctor keeps the records of his patients?
I know.
Well, sir, there was nothing in it. Not one record of a single patient. And that set me thinking...
Sergeant, what about the evidence?
Well, I'm coming to that, sir. It was thinking I was something ain't kosher. And then I looked and I found it in the bottom drawer of the desk. In a medical book.
You found what?
This card, Inspector, with Louis Denby's name and address on it.
Louis Denby?
St. Louis. The slick artist that gave us all the trouble 8 years ago.
But he disappeared. Nobody ever saw him again.
Nobody but the dead Dr. Bullock, sir. Because there's his name and address in the card. And it says...
974 West 52nd Street. Let's go, Cassidy. We'll find out the connection between Bullock and Denby.
Inspector Schmidt.
Now, what do you want, Talcott?
What shall I say to Miss Foley when she returns?
Tell her not to get lost. She's got an appointment with me, too. All right, Cassidy.
Well, what do you know? This fella believes in advertising, doesn't he? Talcott's dandruff lotion, Talcott's hair dye black.
Come on. We've given him enough free time.
Yes. Are we going to pay Louis Denby a visit?
You are. I'm going back to headquarters.
Oh, it's your feet again.
My feet and my head. But in between, there's a hunch I'll do better at headquarters than anywhere else.
Are you having a good lunch, Kate?
Oh, you. Checking up on me, Mr. Talcott?
We didn't be so formal, dear.
With you, how can a girl be otherwise?
I've just done you a tremendous favor and at a great risk to myself.
I'll bet. How much is it going to cost me?
I told the police I didn't know where you were, but of course I knew all along.
Police?
I knew you're a child of habit, that you eat in this dreadful place every day.
What do the police want with me?
A certain Inspector Schmidt is frightfully upset about the death of Jeremy Bullock.
So?
Seems your friend did not commit suicide.
What?
He was murdered.
You're crazy.
Oh, yes. The police have all the proof they need. He was shot.
Oh, no.
Kate, where were you last night between 11 o'clock and midnight?
I was... Say, who appointed you Chief Constable of Madison Avenue?
The police are going to ask you the same question, dear.
Yeah, why?
Inspector Schmidt knows that you threatened to kill Jeremy.
Did I? When?
Yesterday afternoon. He was mad as a hatter because Jeremy threw you over for Tracer.
Oh, so that's it.
Isn't funny, Kate? If anything should happen to you...
It won't.
I wouldn't know where to look for another assistant.
Have some coffee, Spencer, and I'll tell you the story of my life.
Oh, you don't have to.
Oh, but I do. Jeremy Bullock never meant any more to me than you did.
Now, look here, Catherine.
Nothing personal. He was a guy I went out with a few times. I went out with you, too, didn't I? Sure, but did we ever talk of getting married?
Well, not the marrying kind.
Neither was he. He liked women, but too many of them.
Oh, dear, it gets more and more and more complicated. Why did Teresa tell Inspector Schmidt?
Oh, so that's where he got it, huh?
Naturally. Didn't you know?
No, my pudgy little lamb. I thought it was from one of the other 2,000. Well, goodbye for now.
Where are you going?
To choke somebody with a wagging tongue.
But, Catherine, you didn't have your coffee. Oh, dear. I wonder if she put too much sugar in it.
Teresa, darling.
Kate.
So you're still holding down the fort. You're not in the payroll anymore, honey.
You can't come in here.
Prove it. I used to be wrestling champ of the finger waving league. Nobody ever beat me.
What do you want?
A heart-to-heart talk. And yours better be wide open or I'll stop it for good.
You're going to kill me.
Well, that's up to you. Why did you tell the police I threatened to kill Jerry?
Because you did. You said that if he married me...
I know what I said, but why did you tell the police?
What did you expect me to do? Jerry was murdered.
So right away you set me up for the frying pan.
You robbed me of the only man I ever loved.
Oh, that's corny, Teresa.
I don't care what it is. It's the truth. And I'm not going to see you get away with it.
You're not going to see anything, honey, unless you start telling the whole truth.
Kate.
I've put a lot of curls in hair in my time. I wouldn't like to put one in your neck.
Help!
Help! Oh, you little fool. What are you trying to do? Start a riot? Say when, and I'll let you breathe again. We've got a lot of talking to do, and you're not doing me any good yelping into my hand. All right. Don't try to catch any more flies.
You almost smothered me.
Almost never counts. Well, shall we talk now?
If there's
When
any...
I came in here last night at 10 o'clock, you ran into the examination room and locked yourself in.
I didn't want another scene with you.
That's not what Jerry told me.
Huh?
He said you were crying.
That's not so.
He also told me that you and he were in the midst of a terrible bust.
What?
He wasn't going to marry you.
Now, see here, Kate, if you're making this
When
up...
I left at 10:15, you were still in the examination room where Jerry kept all his medicines and drugs.
He never had chloral hydrate.
Who's going to believe you?
But
It doesn't pay to talk out of turn, does it, Teresa?
I left a few minutes after you did.
Good for you, but who saw you?
Why, the...
No, you're wrong, honey. There was no night watch in this building last night. No doorman.
You can't prove I was here last night, Kate.
That's right.
And if you say anything about it, I'll deny it. It'll be your word against mine.
That's what it is now. About my threat to kill Jerry and about everything else. Now, what were you crying about last night?
It's none of your business.
Oh, please don't be cute. I've been around a long time.
That's too bad.
And I knew Jerry before you did. He told you last night that he never intended to marry you. Shall I go on?
I can't stop you.
He also told you that he was using you to get rid of me.
What? But
I'm a veteran of the same dirty war that licked you. Jerry used that stunt on me to get rid of a previous commitment.
Oh.
So we're two of a kind. You fight for your life, and I'll fight for mine. Maybe, if we say the right things to the right people, we'll both live to a ripe old age.
Yes? Yes, Captain. We'll put some men to work on it right away. Okay. Now get the board to switch me to the toxicologist. Oh, now what? Hello, Inspector Schmidt talking.
Sergeant Casby is in, sir.
Well, hold it. I'm on the inter-office line. Hello, Dr. Jones. Schmidt. I want a complete story on everything chloral hydrate is used for. Yeah. Get the report down to me as soon as it's ready. Right. Go ahead, Cassidy.
Thank you, sir. It's bad news, Inspector.
You don't say. What is?
I'm calling from Louis Denby's place of business. And it's one of the most remarkable enterprises for an old-time crook I've ever seen.
What about Louis?
He's stretched out in the middle of the floor.
What's that?
In the showroom, sir. And it was a bullet from a .25 that put an end to his lifelong career of crime.
Murdered? Well, I'll be...
Yes, Inspector. I felt exactly the same way about it.
How do you know it was a .25 that killed him?
Well, sir, the bullet went right through his body and packed itself in the wall. He was a very skinny fella.
It was a .25 that killed Dr. Bullock, too. Okay, Cassidy, I'll be there in 20 minutes. Yeah, right through the heart at close range. He's been dead around 6 hours.
Somebody didn't want Louis to talk, sir.
Thanks for telling me. But why, Cassidy? That's the question.
Well, Inspector Smith, it's all in the record.
What record?
Louis. When I came to this little bare room with the mirrors all around the walls, the first thought that came into my mind was, why a bare room with mirrors? So I made a thorough investigation.
Yeah?
It was in that room over there that I found the reason.
Keep going, Cassidy.
A factory where Louis Denby manufactured wigs.
What?
Yes, sir. All colors and all descriptions.
Good Lord. Bullock gets a wig from Denby, and they're both killed by the same caliber gun. We've got to find out why.
Well, sir, it's about that record I was telling you. After I see what the setup was here, I decided to look
Just
around...
tell me about the record.
I found it on this card in the drawer of Louis' work table.
Now, let me see it. Dr. Jeremy Bullock, 123 Main Drive, St. Louis. Well, this is a business card.
It's on the other side, the information that might
January 6, 1940, lead poisoning.
In St. Louis.
Lead poisoning. Chloral hydrate, a wig, a moose head. Cassidy, we're almost in.
The table, you say?
Now go back to headquarters, get the St. Louis police on the phone. I want a full report on Dr. Jeremy Bullock up to the time he left the city.
Would you be saying...
Later, if I'm right. Now I've got to pick up some suspects and hold a conference in Dr. Bullock's office.
But, Inspector, my goodness, you must try to understand.
Sit down, Talcott. You make my feet tired.
But you have no right to detain Miss Foley. She has appointments. You're ruining my business.
Don't disturb him, Spencer. I like it here. It's almost like a vacation.
Miss Foley, how long have you been in New York?
All my life, honey. I'm from Brooklyn, and I root for the Giants. Would you call me a traitor?
Don't tempt me. How about you, Miss Chalmers?
I came here from Philadelphia 2 years ago.
You're next, Talcott.
Appointments are going to waste, and you dare hold a geography class.
How about it? Where did you float in from?
I don't float. I'm a native New Yorker. And if you don't stop asking this ridiculous... I'm going to...
Shut up. So none of you has ever been in St. Louis, huh?
What?
And I suppose not one of you ever heard of Louis Denby. Not even you, Miss Chalmers?
No. Who is he?
A man who knew too much about lead poisoning.
What?
I know lots of people who know too much about lead poisoning, Inspector, and wish they didn't.
Thanks, Miss Foley.
Artists and painters.
Would you know what usually happens to them?
Are you kidding? They lose their hair. They even get bald.
But Dr. Bullock didn't get bald, did he?
He didn't have lead poisoning, dearie.
He did, 7 years ago. He had to have a wig.
But Jerry wasn't bald.
No, Miss Chalmers, he wasn't. But he was a terrible mess at one time. What did Dr. Bullock keep in that moose head?
In that... No, nothing.
Huh. Suppose we find out. Do you think this couch will mind if I stand on it?
What are you going to do?
Find out if this crack under the chin was a result of a fight with another moose or the work of...
Holy angels. Spencer, look, there's a door in the darn thing.
I'm not going to look. It's too disgusting.
Well, what won't Mother Nature think of next?
And I'm not going to stay here while a vandal wastes my precious time.
Talcott.
You have nothing more to say to me, Inspector.
There are two blue uniforms out in the hall. And they're very anxious to go for a ride.
You've got no right to keep me prisoner. I won't stand for it.
Say, Inspector, did that wad of paper come out of that moose head?
Surprised, Miss Foley?
Well, aren't you? Since when does a moose read newspapers?
From St. Louis. And papers 7 years old at that. But there's something else. A list of some of the worst gunmen in New York. What about these, Miss Chalmers?
I don't know anything about them.
You wouldn't even try to remember, would you?
I said I don't know.
All right, we'll give you a chance at police headquarters.
You're not going to arrest me. I haven't done anything.
Oh, no one ever does. Come here, Talcott.
What do you want?
So you've never been in St. Louis, huh?
I didn't say that, Inspector. I said I was a native New Yorker.
So you did. Now tell me your name's always been Talcott. What, aren't you going to? Are you afraid of this news photo of a man called Tal Spencer? Who's the image of you?
Well, so I did make a mistake. I did manufacture a hair dye that Dr. Bullock and other people used that had a lead compound in it.
This paper says that you were sued by 128 people and that you skipped town.
Well, naturally. I didn't have enough money to face it. But I'm ready to pay all damages now. Of course, it was a terrible mistake 7 years ago. But you can't hang a man for that.
Not for that, but for murder. Let's take a ride downtown. There's so much I'd like you to tell me about the truth. yes. Schmidt talking. What do you want?
Sergeant Cassidy, sir.
What? Do you know what time it is?
It's exactly 9:42. I'm sorry to be disturbing you at home, but
You're sorry. I was giving my feet a hot bath, and you dragged me across the living room to the telephone. What for?
Well, I'm still down here at headquarters. I just got a teletype report. Dr. Bullock was no doctor. He lost his license 4 years ago because he...
Patching up the wounds of robbers and gunmen. Yes, that's what he was doing in New York, too.
Oh, my. Why did that Talcott kill Bullock?
His real name was Spencer, and Bullock was blackmailing.
Oh, that's again.
Yeah. Spencer made up a hair dye in St. Louis that almost ruined Bullock's scalp. It was a big scandal.
One more question, and then I'll be leaving you alone to take care of your feet. How did you fix it on Spencer?
The chloral hydrate. Used as a base in most dandruff remedies, and Spencer Talcott used it in his.
Oh, my. You know, I always say when it comes to beating the police department of our great city of New York, a criminal has to
Good
get
night,
out...
Cassidy.
Good night, Inspector Schmidt.
And so closes tonight's Crime Club book, The Corpse Wore a Wig, based on a story by George Bagby. Stedman Coles did the radio adaptation. Roger Bauer produced and directed. Cameron Purdon played Inspector Schmidt. Ted Osborne was heard as Spencer Talcott. Barry Thompson was Cassidy. Elspeth Eric was Kate Foley. And Elaine Kent played Teresa Chalmers. Oh, I beg your pardon. Hello. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Yes, this is the Crime Club. I'm the librarian. Yes, come over a week from tonight. Good. We have a very unusual story of a double cross, but doubled and redoubled with murder. It's called Death is a Genius. In the meantime, there is a new Crime Club book available this week and every week at bookstores everywhere. Yes, it's available now. Fine. And we'll look for you next week.
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
You think you got the step now, Betty Lou?
Yeah. Only I'm not sure. Let's try it once more, Eddie.
Okay. I'll set the tempo. You come in after. Ready?
Uh-huh.
All right. Da-da-da-da-da-da. All right. Let's quit. Now, you missed it again.
I'm sorry. I guess my brain's on in my feet. Let's try it once more. I won't miss it this time.
Well, what's the use of trying it again? You'll get it this time, you'll miss the next.
Oh.
I will never make it, Betty Lou. We might as well quit right now.
Quit?
Sure, quit.
Oh, no.
Well, what do you think this is, fun? Rehearsing in a joint with no mirror to watch ourselves, no piano, no nothing? Trying to teach you a sock routine when you can't even do a simple routine. What is this, fun?
Well, it isn't fun for me either, Eddie.
Well, right now I'm selfish. I'm worried about me. Right now you stay here and practice that routine. I'm going out for a sand.
Oh, bring me one, Eddie.
Get it yourself when you're finished.
What? Aren't you coming back?
I don't know. I ain't sure.
Maybe I better make up your mind for you. You're coming back, Eddie. And you aren't going to be too long either.
Well, what makes you think so?
I'm telling you. That's what makes me think so. Don't try to work out on me, Eddie. It isn't smart and it isn't healthy.
Oh, the sweet little gal's getting tough.
I used to be a sweet little gal before I met you. If I'm tough, you made me tough. So don't try walking out of this. Just make sure you come back.
Or
the next dance you do is going to be at the end of a rope.
Hello, Eddie. Hi. What can I get you, Eddie?
throw one for me. Black, Danny.
Sure, Eddie. Throw one for you, Black. How's your business, Eddie?
Why ask me?
Why ask you? Who else would I ask?
Okay.
Gee, Eddie, you've been up there in front of people, hoping, listening to them applaud. That's living, Eddie. That's really living.
What happened to the coffee I ordered?
Coming up. Hey, how's Betty Lou? She all right? She sure is a swell kid. She's real show business, she is. Gee, how I wish I could be...
The coffee, Dan, the coffee.
Hey, throw one in the dark. Sometimes at night, I kind of imagine this restaurant is a stage like, and I'm only acting at being a waiter. I guess that's just another kind of dreaming, isn't it, Eddie?
Yeah, I guess. Look, Dan, I got a problem. Now, how about...
room at this table for one more?
Oh, hello, Joey. Sure, sit down.
Yeah. I'll go get you your coffee, Eddie.
Hey, aren't you going to wait and see what I'll have?
You decide what you want. Yell it out yourself. You ain't in show business. I don't have to wait on you.
What a character that Dan is, huh, Joey?
Yeah, sure is. Well, how's the dance team going, Eddie?
It's going bad. What's going with you?
Well, I got a new little gimmick that's paying off kind of cute.
Oh?
Guy named Euclid taught it to me. Mathematical trick.
Euclid. Didn't he do a mind-reading act in vaudeville?
Euclid was a Greek.
Well, I think this guy I'm talking about was a Greek, too. He worked with a black boy.
Euclid's been dead 1,000 years.
Oh. Couldn't be the same guy, then.
Yeah, nice figuring. Now, look at it, huh? I get a sucker to put any three numbers down on a hunk of paper. Then underneath them, he reverses a number and subtracts.
So?
Then he gives me the last number of his answer, and I bet him I can tell him the first two.
Well,
everybody bets. Natch. They know I didn't look at the numbers, and I collect.
Well, you're kidding. That's a cinch. All you got to do.
Shut up. Shut up or I'll break your neck.
What's with you, Joey? All I was doing was telling you how that thing worked.
Yeah, I know.
The guy used to do it in vaudeville. Showed it to me. Any three numbers, you reverse them. Out.
Shut up, Ed. Stop wising up the suckers. I'm good for a couple of $100 a week betting guys on this gimmick. And don't spoil my racket or I'll spoil your kisser.
No, I'm sorry. I can't talk to him right now. Philo Vance is in my office. Tell him I'll call him back. Bye. Sorry, Dennis. Where were we?
No reason to apologize, Mark.
Well,
anytime a private investigator drops in to see the district attorney, he expects interruptions. We were discussing some complaints you said you'd been getting.
Oh, yes, of course. It seems that some people have called and mentioned a fellow named Joey Sanders who has a mathematical gimmick of some sort. You take any three numbers, reverse them, subtract, tell him the last number of the answer, and he tells you the first two. How's that done, then?
Oh, it's very simple, Markham. In fact, there's a much cuter trick with four figures. You see, all mathematics is based on the figure 9. Now, remember...
I'll be right with you, Vance. I want to hear that. Hello, Markham speaking.
Hi, D.A. This is Heath, homicide.
Yes, Heath.
Got a murder, D.A.
Murder?
Fellow named Eddie Stone, a dancer.
What are the details?
He'd been knifed. Found him in a deserted section of town. No fingerprints, but we've got one clue. And I'm picking up a girl who was his dancing partner. Name's Betty Lou Taylor.
Uh-huh.
You want to come down and question her?
I'll meet you at your office in an hour. Philo Vance and I were just discussing a mathematical formula. I'm sure he'd much rather figure who killed Eddie Stone.
No, I don't know, Sergeant Heath. I tell you, I don't know who killed Eddie.
And I tell you, you do.
No.
Now, look, Miss Taylor, this is my job. This is my office. I'll keep you here with me all week if I have to.
Oh, please.
You know something about the murder of Eddie Stone, and I'm going to find out what it is.
I don't know anything about it. I danced with him, and that's all. I didn't kill him, and I don't know who did.
I know differently. You were at the scene of the murder. We know definitely you were there.
I wasn't. I wasn't near the place. I didn't know Eddie was dead until you came for me. Oh, please, leave me alone. I can't tell you anything I don't know.
Oh, hello, Mr. Markham. Hi, Vance.
Heath, it's the young lady who told me about on the telephone, Heath.
Yeah. She says she didn't even know the guy was killed. But what she really doesn't know is that we can put her right at the scene of the murder.
No.
How, Heath? We found a girl's footprint right near the body. That's how. And the footprint is the same size as this girl's shoe.
No.
No, she says. Yes.
Heath, that's hardly conclusive evidence. The footprint of a woman's shoe isn't completely incriminating.
This one is, D.A. This girl's a dancer. Footprint we found had a mark on the toe and the heel. You know what made that mark? Toe plates and heel plates.
Toe plates and heel?
Yeah, and who wears toe plates and heel plates?
Well...
Only a dancer. Now, Miss Taylor, will you still deny that you were at the scene of the murder?
Isn't it rather unusual for a dancer to wear her dancing shoes out in the street?
Well, you get...
No, Mr. Vance. Not if it's the only pair of shoes she has. I was there.
Oh.
I saw Eddie's body after he was killed. We quarreled, and I went out looking for him. And I found him. Dead. I lied about it because I wanted to keep out of all this.
That's your story.
No.
You found him and you killed him.
No, I didn't.
There's no need of you wasting your time here, D.A. I'll have a confession out of this girl in an hour.
Well, apparently Heath doesn't care how I waste my time. I think I'll take a look into this case.
What for, Vance? I tell you this girl did it.
Perhaps. But maybe I don't care how I waste my time either, Sergeant Heath. Maybe if I spend a few hours, I can save the state a lot of trouble.
You mean all I have to do, Joey, is think of a card, and you'll tell me what the card is?
That's right.
You can't do it.
How much says I can't do it, Sam?
$1.
$1? Are you kidding?
No.
I wouldn't try to read a mouse's mind for $1. You make it 5, and I'll show you something that you never saw before in your life.
I never have to tell you the card. All I do is think of it, and you'll tell it to me.
$5 says I can do it.
Okay, you got it. I'm thinking of a card. What is it?
Oh, wait a minute. You're going too fast.
Okay.
Now, first, the card has a number on it, right?
Sure.
Take that number, double it.
Yep.
Add 1.
Got it.
Multiply it by 5.
Okay, I did it. What's my card?
Oh, wait a minute, pal. Relax. You got that number, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if your card's a club, add 6.
6.
If it's a diamond, add 7. If it's a heart, add 8. And a spade, add 9.
Mm-hmm.
Got that? All right. What's the total?
92.
Your card was the 8 of diamonds.
That's right. Hey, Joey, how'd you do it? Come on, tell me. How'd you do that? I'll give you $10 if you show me how it's done.
Are you kidding? Get lost. You dropped a fin to me. What do you want to do, live here the rest of your life? Now, come on, sucker. Move out before I slip. You tell anybody you were coming here?
No. I didn't.
Okay, stick tight. Who is it?
Mrs. Lee, your landlady.
Well, what do you want? My rent's paid.
Open the door, Joey, please.
Well?
Joey, why don't you be nice to me anymore? Why don't
Look, you. My rent's paid. You want me to move out when my week's up? I move out. What do you want up here?
Oh, Joey, don't be mean to me. I don't want you to move. I want you to stay here as long as you want. Oh, let me come in, Joey. Oh.
So finally you see that I got company, huh?
Okay.
Congratulations. What's keeping you here now?
Please come out in the hall. This is important.
Oh, okay. Wait here, Sammy.
Yeah.
Well, what is it that's so important?
Joey, Eddie Stone has been murdered. I just heard about it on the radio.
What makes you think that concerns me?
You don't have to talk like that to me, Joey. I wouldn't say anything, never.
That's better.
Wild horses couldn't drag it out of me that you and Eddie had a fight today.
Eddie, you know about that, huh?
Oh, sure. But I wouldn't say anything about it, Joey. I wouldn't say a word.
Okay. I'll get rid of the sap inside. Come back to see me in an hour.
Mike's Coffee Shop, Danny speaking.
Hello, this is District Attorney Markham.
District Attorney?
Yes, District Attorney. Look, is there a man in your shop named Philo Vance?
There isn't anybody in my place right now, Mr. Markham, not a soul.
Well, Vance is on his way there with a young lady named Betty Lou Taylor.
Betty Lou?
Yes. You know her?
Well, sure I know her. She's in show business, ain't she? If anybody's in show business, I know them, believe me.
Very well, I believe you. Now, look, this Miss Taylor has been released in Vance's custody.
Yeah?
I know they've gone to your shop. I want you to have Vance call the minute he comes in.
Sure thing, Mr. Markham, sure thing. Bye.
Danny.
Hey, Joey, you scared me. What's the idea of sneaking up on a guy when he's on a telephone? Gee, you scared me.
Danny, listen to me.
I'm listening to you, Joey, and I am listening.
Okay. keep your ears open and your trap shut, Danny.
Hey, quit it. You're bending my apron. I only just put it on.
Danny, anybody comes in here and asks if Eddie Stone and I had a fight this morning, you say we didn't. You hear?
Yeah.
Now get me. We didn't have any argument.
Sure you didn't. I didn't hear any argument. Of course, I saw you slug him twice,
You
but...
didn't see me clip him. You didn't see nothing.
You better cut it out, Joey. Somebody's coming in.
So this is the place where Eddie Stone used to hang out, Miss Taylor.
And that's Dan the waiter right there. Hello, Danny.
Hello, Miss Taylor.
Hi.
Gee, I was sorry to hear about them arresting you. If you ever need anything, if you ever need a friend to stand by you, just count on me.
Well, so long, Danny. I'll be seeing you.
Just a moment, my friend.
Huh?
My name is Philo Vance. Did you by any chance happen to know Eddie Stone?
Eddie Stone? Let me see. Yeah, I think I did. A dancer, wasn't he?
A dancer, wasn't he? He was the best dancer in show business. Present company accepted, of course, Miss Taylor.
Oh, thanks. This is Joey Sanders, Mr. Vance. He knew Eddie. He knows everybody.
Joey Sanders. I know that name.
Well,
You're the young man who's been the cause of a lot of complaints at the district attorney's office.
I'm flattered.
Something about swindling people with a mathematical trick. The very old three-number routine.
Hey, that's no swindle. I bet I can't name the first two numbers in their answer. I bet I can. Sometimes they win, sometimes I win.
Yes, of course, I know. That trick is awfully old and completely foolproof. If you take any three numbers, reverse them, and subtract them, the answer will always have a 9 in the center, and the first and third numbers will add up to 9.
Oh, so that's how it's done.
Gee, no kidding. Gee, he's smart.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dan. Now, suppose Miss Taylor and I escort you over to that table there, Mr. Sanders, where we can talk.
About what?
Eddie Stone's murder. You see, I think I know who killed Stone.
Hey, Vance, that's Dan. He's making a break for the door. Never mind, I'm near to him. I'll get him.
Joey's fucking dead. Oh, no.
I got him, Vance. I think I knocked him out when I tackled him. His head hit the floor.
Yes, I imagine you did.
I guess you owe me one now, Vance. You said you knew who killed Stone. Well, the Stan character made a break, and I grabbed him for you.
You most certainly did. But I don't think I owe you anything. I don't remember ever saying that Dan here was the man I thought murdered Eddie Stone. This is District Attorney Markham. Our current murder case opened with the knifing of Eddie Stone, dancer. His partner, Betty Lou Taylor, has been picked up and released. And Vance, in an attempt to track down the killer, has made the acquaintance of Joey Sanders, a small-time swindler. Something about a restaurant called Mike's Coffee Shop and Dan, the waiter there, seemed to intrigue Vance. And he and I are approaching the place right now. What is there about this Dan that intrigues you, Vance? A lot of things. First of all, I want to know why he tried to get out of that coffee shop when I said I knew the murderer of Eddie Stone. Oh. Do you know who killed Stone? No. Believe me, it wouldn't surprise me if you did. Nothing you do surprises me anymore. Sorry to hear that, Markham. However, I promise you won't be able to say that with any honesty very soon, won't I? You know why I said I knew who killed Stone. To see the reaction of Joey Sanders and Dan. Exactly. Yeah. Well, this is the shop, and in one moment we'll be talking. What? Vance, somebody threw this coffee cup through the window. Somebody inside the shop. Come on, Markham. I'm with you, Vance. That's Dan, the waiter, over there with his head on the counter. What happened in here? What happened to...
My head.
Dan. Remember me, Mr. Vance?
My head.
This is District Attorney Markham. We were outside when that coffee cup went through the window.
I threw it. A man wearing a handkerchief over his face was in here. He held me up, took the money out of the register. I threw the cup through the window, grabbed him.
Yes.
He hit me on the head with the gun and went out the back way.
You recognize him?
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure. I want to think it over.
We'll report this to headquarters. One thing is certain, Vance. This holdup has nothing to do with the murder case we're working on. Hasn't it, Markham? I don't think so. You said I couldn't surprise you anymore. Try this for a surprise. The holdup has a great deal to do with the murder, and will have a great deal more to do with solving it.
You don't like me, do you, Betty?
You really can read minds, can't you, Jeffrey?
Hey, now, wait a minute. Take it easy. I didn't come over to hear you insult me.
Only way for you to stop that is to leave.
I got a business proposition for you, Betty.
No, thanks.
But this is honest. And look what Eddie did. What are you going to do? You got to do something.
Yeah, that's true enough.
Now, this is what I got in mind.
Shoot.
I'll teach you card code. You stay here in your place, and I'll be out with a sucker.
Yeah?
I bet him I can dial a phone number, then have him show me a card, and the voice on the other end of the phone will say what that card is.
Huh?
This is how it works.
Yeah.
The phone rings, you answer it.
Uh-huh.
Now, instead of saying hello, you say clubs, diamonds, hearts, well, till I stop you by saying hello.
Okay.
Now, right away, if I stopped you when you were saying hearts, You know the card the sucker's showing me is a heart.
Yeah. But how do I tell the number?
Well, as soon as you know the suit, you start to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. All the way up to the king.
Oh, I got you.
Now, when you get to the right number, I'll say, wait a minute, hand the phone to the sucker, and you tell him his card.
Ah.
It's a cinch. We'll clean up.
Isn't bad a thing.
Yeah, see what I told you? Now, aren't you glad I come over?
Sure. But you're not going to be so happy. I don't need you to work that gimmick with. All I need is some stews to stand by a telephone.
You wouldn't kid around with me, Betty Lou.
No? Well, you wouldn't do anything about it, Joey. You wouldn't dare.
What?
The cops have it in for you right now, and I have an idea Philo Vance thinks you killed Eddie.
Well, maybe what you say is so. But all I got to tell you, kid, is this.
What?
You try and use that code I taught you, and you'll get what your ex-partner got.
Joey, please.
Not now. Leave me alone, will you?
Joey.
Ain't you got anything to do but follow me up these steps?
Please, Joey.
Well, doesn't running this room and house keep you busy enough?
Oh, Joey, all right.
No.
All I wanted to tell you was that there was a fellow in the room. I let him in.
What? You did what?
I let him in. He asked for you, so I opened the door and let him wait.
What did he look like? Come on, talk. Tell me.
Joey.
Was he a tall fella, good-looking? Philo Vance?
Who?
Vance.
No, it was the same fellow you had in here yesterday, the fellow Sammy.
Oh, that's different. Look, I'll come downstairs when I'm through with him. Wait for me.
All right, Joey.
Hello, Sammy.
Hello, Joe. You don't mind me coming here, do you?
Well, all depends on why you're here.
Oh, Joey, listen, I've been a fall guy for you for a month now, betting you on things and always losing. Give me a chance to get my dope back.
How do you mean?
Well, show me how you do that thing where I think of a card, then you tell me to add and multiply and everything, and then you say what the card it is. Let me get my dope back from some other sucker.
Oh, is that what you want?
Yeah.
Well, go away, Sammy. Get lost. Not a chance.
But I
hope I'm interrupting something.
Vance, what do you want here?
I want to talk to you. Who's your friend?
You're a cop. I'm no friend of his. I just came here to get him to tell me how a trick was done so I could get some of my dough back.
Shut up, you.
What trick?
Tells me to think of a card, double it, add 1, multiply it by 5.
And if it's a club, add 6. A diamond, add 7. A heart, 8. And a spade, 9.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And he gets me to tell him the total, and he tells me the card.
I'll teach you that. In fact, I think I'll give it to the newspapers so that nobody will ever bet it can't be done.
The things guys who got nothing to do think of.
Don't like that, do you?
Well, how's it done?
It's a mathematical formula. Whatever the total is gives you the card. If the total ends in a 1, the card is a club. If it ends in a 2, it's a diamond. 3, it's a heart, and 4, it's a spade.
How do you find the figure?
Whatever the first number is, you subtract 1. Understand?
Oh.
In other words, if the total is 64...
The card is the 5 of spades.
Right.
Nice wising up a sucker, Vance. You could be thrown out of the union for that.
I know. Joey, I came here because I just learned about a fight you had with Eddie Stone the day he was killed.
Oh, Dan told you, huh? Okay, so I clipped him a couple of times. What'd you come up here for, to pay me back?
I better get out of here.
You stay.
Okay.
No, Joey, I didn't come here to slap you around, although I'd enjoy that very much.
Big talk.
I just want to warn you not to leave town, at least for the next few hours. After that, after I prove what I'm going to in that time, District Attorney Markham may have a specially prepared itinerary for you.
What time is it, Heath?
It's almost time, D.A. Pretty nearly. Another 30 seconds.
We've got to do this exactly on schedule. Vance left explicit instructions.
And after we do, then what?
Then we'll know who killed Eddie Stone, and what's more, we'll have proof.
20 seconds, D.A.
All right. You ready, Miss Henderson?
Yes, sir.
That secretary of yours is always ready, D.A. She's solid.
I hope that means something good.
It sure does. Okay, D.A., now.
Pick up the phone and make the call, Miss Henderson.
Yes, sir.
I sure hope this works.
I hope Vance doesn't get into trouble. We're miles away and can't help him.
Mike's Coffee Shop, Dan speaking.
Hello, Dan. This is Betty Lou Taylor.
Miss Taylor. Gosh, hello, Miss Taylor.
I have a cold and my voice may sound different, but Dan, I want you to meet me right away.
But gee whiz, what for?
Oh, for a lot of reasons. I think the police are going to figure out you staged the phony holdup in the store to get getaway money for yourself. I'm pretty sure they're going to know you killed Eddie.
What are you talking about? Eddie Lou.
Yeah?
That was somebody pretending to be you.
What?
That's right. Somebody said they were you. How could they know I faked the holdup and that I killed Eddie?
That was the cops. The cops are Philo Vance.
Wasn't Philo Vance, my friends. I've been here all the time.
Vance? How'd you get here?
I've been in here for quite some time, hiding, of course.
What are you doing at that telephone? Who are you calling?
Nobody. But if you object to my being near the phone, I'll move away. There. That better?
What do you want, Vance?
You realize I heard enough of the conversation between you and Betty Lou while I was in hiding to know that you killed Eddie Stone, Dan.
Well, what if I did? Sure, I killed Eddie Stone, and I faked the holdup.
Dan.
What's the difference if I tell him that? He knows it already. Isn't going to do him any good. What he knows and what he can prove are two different things.
What was the idea of that phone call, Vance?
It was a trap. I knew it would make you talk, and it did.
So you listen. Only it's our word against yours. See if you can prove I killed Eddie. Go ahead.
I don't have to prove it, Dan. You've done it already.
Oh, yeah?
The district attorney has your confession in your own words.
What do you mean?
Let's get down to see him, and you can hear yourself confess to murder.
They couldn't hear me just now. I hung up the phone myself.
Yeah, that connection was broken when Dan hung up.
Was it? In that case, suppose you come down to Markham's office and find out how he heard Dan confess. Throw the switch on that playback machine, Markham. I want to hear this before I bring Dan and Betty Lou in here.
Certainly, Vance. Here's the part you want.
Well, what if I did? Sure, I killed Eddie Stone, and I faked the holdup.
Dan.
What's the difference if I tell him that? He knows it already. It isn't going to do him any good. What he knows and what he can prove are two different things.
What was the idea of that phone call, Vance?
Well, there's his confession in his own voice, Vance, just as you promised.
Yes, there it is.
Now, why did he kill Stone?
Well, he idolized Betty Lou. She probably goaded him into killing Stone and was threatening to walk out on her.
Yes?
She even went along to see that the job was done. That's why her footprint was at the scene of the murder.
You never forgot that, did you, Vance?
No, I knew it was important all the time. But I had to resort to a trick to get the proof we needed.
I still don't understand how you got Dan to confess in front of a telephone connected with this office so we could record his word.
He didn't know I had taken the phone off the hook market. And even if he did know it, he wouldn't have realized that the connection between this office and the coffee shop wasn't broken just because he had hung up.
I wouldn't have realized it either.
In order for a connection to be broken, both parties have to disconnect. Try it sometime and see.
Oh.
The connection must be discontinued at both ends.
If you say so, it's so, Vance. And the only end I'm interested in right now is that this is the end of the Mathmatical murder case.
Calling all detectives. When a stock market analyst called a market trend wrong, what it cost him was his own life. That is the situation on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. Take a tip from me, Jerry Browning, private detective. It's never safe to make any predictions. The stock ticker at one corner of the office was rapping out a combination of letters and numbers. But John Pettigrew, the stock market analyst, didn't hear it because he was dead. His body lay slumped over the desk. His hand, dangling over the side of his chair, still held the gun. While the homicide squad men went through their routine movements, I talked with pink-cheeked, white-haired Harold McCormick, head of the Securities Exchange Board.
Mr. Browning, this proves that a man can become so engrossed in his work that he loses all sense of comparative values.
I nodded. Yeah? I guess you're right, Mr. McCormick. The suicide note seems to be genuine. Under the circumstances, just what do you expect me to do? McCormick looked uncomfortable.
Don't misunderstand me, Mr. Browning. I'm sure Pettigrew killed himself because the market analysis he sent out to his subscribing clients proved completely inaccurate. However, I would like to know why he made so complete a mistake.
I kept staring at the stock ticker, which had stopped working altogether. This thing hasn't been working much. I suppose that means a dull market session.
Yes, it does. The market is sluggish and off a bit, instead of being very active and sharply up. It's the first time in 3 years that Pettigrew has failed to predict a major trend accurately. And as you read from his suicide note, it preyed on his mind to the point where he took his own life.
I turned my back on the stock ticker. I'll accept the case, Mr. McCormick, but I'll warn you, I don't believe a man would kill himself over one error of judgment in 3 years. A well-known stock market analyst appeared to have taken his own life because a report he sent out was wrong. There was nothing I could do in Pettigrew's office while the police were working there, so I went on down to the securities exchange floor. It didn't take an expert to realize that there wasn't much of anything doing at the moment, but about 10 minutes later, several newcomers came onto the floor. And minutes after that, for no reason that I could see, the whole floor suddenly came to life. Men were shouting across the room to one another, wig-wagging signals and dashing about wildly. Alongside of me, Harold McCormick, head of the Securities Exchange Board, shouted into my ear,
"This is astounding. The bull market has arrived only 48 hours after Pettigrew predicted that it would."
Mr. McCormick's name got me a swift interview with Tom Caldwell, who was supposed to be the smartest stock trader in town. Mr. Caldwell, I guess you made a lot of money on today's bull market. Would you mind giving me some idea of how you figured out that a price rise was in the offing? Caldwell leaned back in his chair and laughed.
Simple, Browning, very simple. I pay John Pettigrew $1,500 a year for his market analysis service, and I have implicit faith in him. He predicted this rise, and I merely rolled with the tide.
I sighed. Mr. Caldwell, don't you know that Pettigrew killed himself this morning because he thought his analysis was all wrong?
No. I didn't know. I had no idea.
Well, you know now. Shrewd, cynical Joe Morton is the financial editor of the Daily Sentinel. He told me, "Jerry, nobody knows what makes the stock market go up or down. Some people base their market fluctuation systems on sunspot cycles. You think I'm kidding, but that's the sober truth. The fact is, if enough people think it'll go up, it goes up. And the opposite is just as true. I'm sorry, Jerry, but that's all I can tell you." I spent what was left of the day interviewing half a dozen or so market analysts, and the gist of what they told me was,
"Obviously, sir, the market will go up when it doesn't go down, or stabilize within tight limits. My prediction for this month was optimistic, with cautious overtones, and suggested that after a necessary readjustment period, changes might be anticipated in one direction or another."
In other words, you didn't come right out and predict a sharp market increase the way Pettigrew did.
"Well, no, I didn't. Nobody did, except Pettigrew."
At police headquarters, Lieutenant Dawson told me, "Jerry, we haven't been able to find out where Pettigrew got a revolver. He certainly didn't have a permit to own one." Dawson, I think Pettigrew was murdered. And what's more, I don't think it's going to be too hard to find out who did it. Mr. McCormick, the head of the Securities Exchange Board, looked unhappy as the police accountants began working their way through the list of the day's stock transactions.
"This is very irregular. I only consented to meet you gentlemen here in the interests of justice, and I trust you realize the very highly confidential nature of these records."
Don't worry, Mr. McCormick. The only person we're after is a murderer. Dawson came over to me.
"We got all the figures, Jerry. You were right."
I turned to McCormick. "I'm sorry, sir, but I'll have to ask you to come with us." Tom Caldwell, the stock trader, had a fine big home in one of the best suburbs. He told Dawson, yes, Mr. Pettigrew and I were very good friends. As a matter of fact, we spent several days together up at my hunting lodge, and he seemed in very good spirits at the time. I smiled at him. Mr. Caldwell, the two of you got back only last night, didn't you? I didn't wait for his answer. You left for your hunting lodge immediately after Pettigrew prepared his market letter and sent it out to his subscribers. Since you didn't return until last night, it was not until this morning that Pettigrew learned what was in his letter. Caldwell turned pale. I don't understand you, Mr. Browning. Since Pettigrew wrote his own letter, he obviously knew its contents. I shook my head. Not this time he didn't. Because the letter that went out was not the letter he wrote. Pettigrew let no one see his letters in advance, lest any news of his predictions leak out. That's why you could work a substitution, because you were the only man he trusted. You prepared a false letter, predicting a general market rise, knowing that Pettigrew's prestige would create such a rise, at least temporarily. That's why today, while all other traders were buying, you were selling. Stock you had bought last week in anticipation of this rise. And that's also why you forced Pettigrew to write a suicide note at gunpoint and then killed him, so that he could not repudiate the counterfeit letter sent out over his signature. Mr. Caldwell, you're under arrest for murder. We had to pile up a lot of evidence to make him do it. But finally, Caldwell did confess. We tracked the revolver to him. We proved that Caldwell had taken the Pettigrew market letters to the post office. In fact, we did everything but find the original Pettigrew letters, which Caldwell had destroyed. The market went into a nosedive following Caldwell's arrest. Well, the next day it started a 3-week climb that carried it to a new high for the year. And don't ask me why. Sunspots, maybe. Like I said, stock markets may be unpredictable, but when it comes to crime, you can't ever sell justice short. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives. Mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, Private Detective.
Mr. District Attorney, starring David Bryan. Mr. District Attorney, champion of the people, defender of truth, guardian of our fundamental rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And it shall be my duty as district attorney not only to prosecute to the limit of the law all persons accused of crimes perpetrated within this county, but to defend with equal vigor the rights and privileges of all its citizens. This is David Bryan. In a moment, we'll bring you another case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. But first, a word from our sponsor.
And now, here is our star, David Bryan, as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
A district attorney and a watchmaker have one thing in common. They both know the value of accurate time. The ability to fix the exact time a crime has been committed can lead to the conviction of a guilty man or the saving of an innocent one. The time element became very important in this case. It started late on a Saturday night in a roadside diner near a railroad crossing on the south side of town.
Hi, Charlie.
Oh, it's you.
That's a happy greeting for your favorite brother-in-law.
Stop clowning, Jack. You're not my favorite anything, and you know it.
How's the fight going?
Rough. Could go either way. I got pins in front by 1 round.
What round is this?
7. Dinah sends you down for something?
No, it's something I want to see about, Charlie. Mind if I turn this down a little?
What is this, Jack? Another touch? Because if it is, you're wasting your time.
It's Saturday night. I got a date. I need $5.
Try working. That might be a way to get it. Why don't you ask your sister?
Don't kid me, Charlie. You know why. She wouldn't give it to me. You told her not to.
I told her to use her own judgment, Jack.
Turning my own sister against me.
She happens to be my wife. And I'd like to see her get herself a decent dress instead of shelling out 5s and 10s to you. No.
All right, then. Maybe I'll just help myself from the register.
I wouldn't touch that if I were you, Jack.
You just stay on that stool and count your hamburger patties, brother-in-law.
Jack! Don't get any crazier than you are. Put that gun back under the counter. Put it back and get out of here or I'll call the cops.
Do I get the door, don't I?
No.
Too bad.
Why, you...
That's the way you wanted it, cheapskate.
Good morning, Miss Miller. Harrington.
Well, hello, Chief. Have a nice weekend?
Very nice until I saw the Monday morning newspapers on my desk. Why didn't you send me a wire when this Dinah murder was discovered?
I just thought you needed the rest, that's all. And yesterday was Sunday, and...
I don't like to give a murderer a 24-hour start, Miss Miller.
I'm sorry, Mr. Garrett. It won't happen again.
Besides, Chief, he didn't get a 24-hour start. He didn't even get 24 minutes. Prowl car saw him running out of the diner and nailed him on the spot.
That's why I didn't feel you had to be bothered right away, Mr. Garrett.
I'm sorry if I spoke sharply, Miss Miller.
Rick and Clerk have been getting us reports on the suspect. We don't have much here, just these 2 cards. But here's a batch of stuff from the other states.
Walter Bailey, age 40, no visible means. Most of these are arrests for vagrancy.
Yeah. Bailey's a hobo. Rode into town on a 1045 freight from the west Saturday night.
Arrested for robbery and murder a half hour later. Where is he now?
Interrogation room. Had him brought over, Chief, and thought you might want to talk to him.
I do. When they get a complete make on him, Miss Miller, take it up to my office, will you?
Yes, sir.
Oh, cheer up. I did need the rest. Fishing yesterday was a lot of fun. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Bailey have the murder weapon on him when the prowl team caught him?
No, he didn't, Chief. He left it on the floor of the diner when he ran out. It wasn't his gun to begin with.
Huh?
It belonged to the diner. The owner said his night man kept it under the counter.
It was the night man who was killed, wasn't it?
Yeah. Charlie Porter. Bailey's in here.
We can handle this, Kerrigan. Wait outside until it's time to take him back. Walter Bailey?
That's right.
My name's Paul Garrett. I'm the district attorney.
Cheers. Don't get fresh, Buster.
What'd you expect, singing and dancing? What are you trying to hang on me? What reason would I have for killing a guy I never saw before in my whole life?
Robbery seems to be the reason, Bailey. The cash register in the diner had been emptied.
Not by me. I didn't have a nickel on me when the cops caught me.
No, but they chased you halfway across the railroad yard before they did catch you. You had plenty of time to throw the money away.
Get the whole thing in a nice big frame, ain't you?
Bailey, it isn't the money so much. The big thing is that you ran. Why?
Want me to draw you a picture? I know my story doesn't sound good, but it's true. I rode a hotshot freight into the yards at 10:45. 15 minutes later, I walked into a diner and found the guy murdered. I got scared. I ran. That's all there's to it. I'm going to be a pigeon for you, mister. I can't even hire a lawyer.
The court will provide you with counsel without charge, Bailey. It's your constitutional right.
Constitutional right? You mean a bum's got rights? I've been rousted on vagrancy charges in every state from Maine to Sunny Cal. You expect me to think I got a chance?
I'll let you answer that question for yourself, Bailey.
Meaning what?
Meaning that you have a certain positive knowledge that I don't have. I don't know whether or not you killed that man in the diner. But you do know. Come on, Harrington.
Take him back, Kerrigan.
Pretty weak story, wasn't it, Chief?
Except for one point.
What?
If Bailey did kill Charlie Porter, why didn't he keep the gun when he ran? If he'd already killed one man, he could have gotten into a gunfight with the police, too. He had nothing to lose by more killing, and he might have gotten away.
Yeah. You punched the down button, Chief.
Yeah, I know.
Aren't you going back up to the office?
No, down to the garage. We're going to take a ride out and have a look at that diner. Basement, please. Anything been touched inside?
Nope. Except for removing the body. Here, let me open the padlock.
What's that white circle on the floor?
That's where we found the gun. The marks at the end of the counter show where Porter's feet were sticking out when the body was found.
With the rest of his body behind the counter.
The lab figures Charlie Porter was sitting on that stool. Slid off when the slugs hit him. There were a couple of broken dishes there. Must have grabbed at the bottom part of the counter when he fell.
How about ballistics?
Shots were fired at a distance of about 8 feet by the register there. The owner says the gun was kept right here, under the counter behind the radio.
Behind the radio? Yeah, there's no light under the counter.
Not when the set's on. Here, let me show you. No backplate on the set. Tubes lighted up under there.
I see. Was the radio playing when the police found the body?
Yep. What are you thinking, Chief?
That stool. Why would Porter be sitting here without moving while somebody came around behind the counter to the cash register? Unless it happened to be somebody he knew.
Bailey might have been behind the counter working out a meal.
No, that's probably it. What's this?
What?
Pencil and scrap of writing paper on the counter.
No, that was there. Something Porter was writing, I guess.
2 rows of small squares numbered, 1 to 10 at the top. The letter C in front of one row and the letter P in the other. Numbers in all the squares up to 6.
He must have been figuring something out.
Yes, but what? Certainly not a bill.
Who knows? Some kind of puzzle, maybe.
Well, whatever it was, he must have been working at it when he was killed. Let's...
Hey! What are you people doing in here?
District Attorney's office, and don't come in.
Oh, I'm sorry. I knew the joint was closed, and I saw a car outside, and you guys nosing around in here.
And you got kind of a long nose yourself. Wait out there. Seen enough, Chief?
Yes.
All right. Now, who are you? What are you doing around here?
I'm the guard over there at the railroad crossing. I see you guys. I figure you might be breaking in.
Is that your crossing right over there, about 150 feet?
Yeah, a little shack.
Are you on duty Saturday night?
Sure, I work a 12-hour shift, noon to midnight.
Doing what?
Opening and closing the crossing gate, whenever a train comes.
You ever eat here, in the diner?
Nah, just coffee. Come over every night to get hot coffee, and my timer said so.
You do it Saturday night?
Yeah.
What time?
10:30, same as always.
How long did you stay?
Just long enough to get the timers filled. Had to get back to the crossing to lower the gate for that freight that pulls into the yards at 10:45. She passes the shack at 10:43. Only one comes in on Saturday night.
That's the train Bailey rode in on, Chief.
I know. Did you hear a shot Saturday night? Between the time you left here to go back to your shack and, say, 11 o'clock?
Nah.
You're certain of that? With only one train going through, it must have been a quiet night.
It was, but I didn't hear anything, except when the cops started to chase that guy, that Hobo.
What caliber was the murder weapon, Harrington?
.45.
Well, that makes a lot of noise. You should have heard the report. Unless it was covered by another noise.
Like what?
A freight train going through at that crossing.
But Bailey was on that train. If your figuring is right, he couldn't have killed Porter.
You've got to find out exactly what time Porter was killed.
Coroner couldn't measure it that close.
Yeah, I know.
I'd better be getting back to the crossing. Okay if I go?
Yes. Oh, just a minute.
Yeah?
Those gloves you're wearing, you wear them all the time?
Everybody around the railroad wears gloves, mister, even off duty.
That's all. Thank you.
Why'd you ask him that for, Chief?
Because up until now, Bailey's story was hard to believe when only his prints and Porter's were on the gun.
What makes it easier to believe now?
You heard what the gentleman said, Harrington. All railroad men wear gloves. This is David Bryan. Before we continue with Mr. District Attorney in the case of the Hungry Hobo, here's an important message I'd like you to hear.
And now back to David Bryan, starring as Paul Garrett, Mr. District Attorney.
The night counterman at a diner had been murdered, and all the available evidence pointed to a hobo. To convict or acquit him hinged upon establishing the exact time of death. For 2 days, Harrington and I tried to fight the clock with no results. Then I went to call on the dead man's widow.
Yeah?
Is this the Porter's apartment?
Yeah. If you want to call this dump an apartment, this is it.
Well, I'd like to see Mrs. Porter.
She ain't back from the funeral yet. Hey, you must be the lawyer I called. Come in.
I'm afraid there must be some mistake.
No, it's no mistake. I left the name when I called. You are a lawyer, ain't you?
Yes, I'm a lawyer.
Good. Sit down. There's a comfortable chair over there.
When do you expect Mrs. Porter back?
I don't know, soon. She's all busted up. You know, about her husband.
Oh, that's not surprising.
Yeah, with a man, it's different. You know, you bawl once and you're over it.
Are you a friend of the family or a relative?
I'm Jack Hausman. Nina Porter's my sister. Charlie was my brother-in-law. Didn't your secretary tell you about my call?
Not very much, I'm afraid.
Oh, well, you're here now. That's what counts. Let's get on to business. Things are going to be pretty tough on my sister. You know what I mean? She ain't going to like it when she finds out I sent for you, but it's all for her own good. There must be some kind of a suit you can file against the guy that owns the diner or somebody. Charlie got killed working there, didn't he? It ought to be worth something.
You want to sue somebody for your brother-in-law's murder?
Why not? Look, I know the tramp that killed him ain't got beans, but a Greek guy owns the diner. He's loaded. Why shouldn't he pay off?
You realize your sister's husband has been murdered? Is money all you can think about?
He was my brother-in-law, wasn't he? We got a right to something.
What's more important to you? Profiting by his death or finding out who killed him?
The cops got the guy that killed him.
I'm not sure of that. I'm getting less sure every minute.
You ain't the lawyer I sent for.
I don't think any lawyer would come near you with a 10-foot pole.
Hey, what kind of a game are you playing?
You asked me if I was an attorney. I am. I'm the district attorney.
The DA? I was just trying to help my sister. Any law against that?
No.
You're supposed to be prosecuting a killer, not coming around bothering the family and its grief.
What grief? You can't wait to get the...
What's the matter here, Jack?
Mrs. Porter?
Yes?
I'm Paul Garrett, the district attorney.
Yeah, he comes waltzing in here trying to tell me that tramp didn't kill Charlie after all.
That's not true. I don't know whether he did or not. That's what I'm trying to find out.
What do you want to see me about?
You don't have to help him protect some bum.
Jack! What do you want to know, Mr. Garrett?
Did your husband have any friends who stopped at the diner regularly? Men from the railroad?
All the men.
The yards were Charlie's friends. A lot of them came to the funeral. They sent a big wreath.
In the diner, do you know if your husband ever let any one of them come behind the counter? Get their own food, maybe. Anything like that?
I don't know. Jack might. Jack used to work in the yards.
Did your brother-in-law permit that?
How should I know? I haven't worked in the yards in 6 months.
Where do you work now?
I've been out of a job. Is there a law against that, too?
You didn't try to work.
What do you mean I didn't try?
You know what I mean. You left everything to Charlie and me. Live in office, borrowing.
You're my sister.
I was his wife. You're old enough to take care of yourself, Jack. You're a grown man. Get out. Get your things and get out.
Oh, before you go, one question. Where were you when your brother-in-law was killed?
I ought to clip you one for asking me that, but I won't. I'll tell you where I was. I was with my girlfriend from 8 o'clock until midnight. Her name's Helen Campbell, and she lives at 27 Denton Street. Any other questions? Good.
Well, before I go, shall I ask one of the neighbors to come in and stay with you?
No, I'd rather be alone. Tomorrow would have been our 2nd anniversary. Charlie used to take Saturday nights off before we had Jack to take care of. He used to take me to the arena for the fight. He loved them so. I never cared much for him, but I never told him. I wanted to be with him. I wanted to be a good wife to him. I tried to be.
I'm sure you are a wonderful wife, Mrs. Porter.
Please leave me alone.
Of course.
Chief?
Harrington, what are you doing here?
Huh? Waiting for you. I had a squad of 20 men, including the 2 who arrested Bailey, combing the railroad yard for that money from the cash register. If he threw it away, we didn't find it.
I don't think he ever had it.
You learned something up there?
A couple of things. The main one is that Charlie Porter was an ardent fight fan.
How does that help?
I'll tell you later after you get a rundown on somebody for me.
Oh, who?
A woman named Helen Campbell. Check the neighborhood around 27 Denton Street. Get back to the office with a report as soon as you can.
Right.
Lab men just brought in the radio from the diner, Mr. Garrett.
Good. Did you get the dial setting?
Yes, it was set to the station the Daily Bulletin owns.
Well, call the bulletin then. See if they carried a fight broadcast and find out exactly what time it started.
Yes, sir. I'll call from my office.
Oh, sorry, Miss Miller. I didn't see you coming out.
It's all right. Mr. Garrett's been waiting for you.
Come in, Harrington. What about the Campbell woman? Anything?
Nothing pleasant. Broke, out of work. Seems to be a chronic condition. Reputation isn't too good.
No, that doesn't surprise me, judging by the company she keeps. She seems to have any money lately?
Yeah, and all of a sudden. She was behind the rent and paid it up Monday morning. Yesterday. Paid off a candy store for newspapers and smoke she's been cuffing. And a couple of hours ago, she paid $5 on account at the Italian grocery store down the block from her apartment when the owner dunned her for part of the bill she'd been running. Yeah, I wonder where she got it.
I've got a fair idea.
Oh? Where?
From somebody who knew Charlie Porter had a gun under the counter in the diner. His brother-in-law.
His brother-in-law?
The information you wanted, Mr. Garrett. Station carried a fight broadcast Saturday night, just the main event between Kid Pimsa and Tiger Corey.
What's that for?
That slip of paper, numbered from 1 to 10, that we found on the counter of the diner.
Yeah. Hey, Porter must have been listening to the fight and scoring it. That's what the P and C stood for. Pins and Corey, 10 rounds.
What time did the fight start?
Went on at 10:15 sharp.
Did it go the full 10 rounds?
Yes, sir.
Porter scored 6 rounds. That's 3 minutes a round with 1 minute rest periods in between. 24 minutes. That brings us up to
10:39 p.m.
He didn't score the 7th, so he was probably killed during it or just after it.
That's 4 minutes more, 10:43. Just as the train was passing the crossing into the yards.
With Bailey on it. I knew that was why that crossing guard didn't hear the shot. You find out the crossing guard's name?
Yeah. Tom Wells.
You got a $5 bill on you?
Yeah, sure. Hit.
Write the name Tom Wells on the margin.
What's the gimmick?
We're going to try and outsmart Jack Houseman's girl. I'm going to tell her that one of the bills stolen from the diner was marked. That a customer who had been in just before the murder remembered changing a bill he'd written his name on. Some people do that, you know, to see if they ever get the bill back again.
Okay, Chief. Yeah, there it is.
Thanks. Let's go.
Look, I got dishes to do and this joint to clean up. What do you come in asking me crazy questions for? How am I supposed to remember one $5 bill from another?
The Italian grocer up the street claims you gave him this one as part payment on a bill, Miss Campbell.
So then I gave it to him. What's this all about?
And I'll tell you what it's all about, miss. That $5 bill was stolen from the diner when Charlie Porter was killed.
How could you know anything like that?
We know because the bill is marked with a name. A customer gave it to Porter just a few minutes before the killing. Spending that bill makes you a candidate for a murder trial.
It isn't my money. I didn't know. Jack Houseman gave it to me. He'll kill me for telling you.
Where is he?
Here. When you rang the bell, he went in there, the bathroom.
He must have heard us.
Locked. Open up, Houseman.
Better break it.
All right. Gone. Out the window.
He wanted me to swear he was with me.
There he is, gone over the fence at the back of the alley.
Stop, Houseman! Give me a boost when we hit the fence.
He may be armed.
Up.
Pull me up.
Yeah, right.
There, behind that old washing machine.
Back off! Don't come for me!
Give up, Buster.
You had your chance!
You hit him. How bad is it? Through the head. He's dead. Let's call a wagon, take him away.
Yeah. We can go out that way. The gate from the fence. Oh, watch out for those broken bed springs, Chief. I might say you're close.
Yeah, I see them. What kind of a place is this, anyhow?
Sign on the fence.
His junkyard. Appropriate place for a man like him to end.
Yeah. I still don't know how come he didn't leave fingerprints on Porter's gun.
He used to work on the railroad. I think he knew what he was going to do when he went into the diner. Probably wore gloves.
Oh. You know, there's only one thing that bothers me, Chief.
No?
That bill I wrote the name on.
What about it?
You still got it. Ain't I going to get it back?
Sure, Harrington. Here. This is David Bryan. I hope you enjoyed this case from the files of Mr. District Attorney. I'll be back in just a moment after this message from our sponsor.
Now, here is the star of Mr. District Attorney, David Bryan, with a word about the program you have just heard.
Walter Bailey, the hobo who was almost convicted on circumstantial evidence, was found to be an amnesia victim. He was sent to a hospital, recovered, and reunited with his family, which he hadn't seen in 9 years. He was also restored to a successful business. Jack Houseman's girlfriend, Helen Campbell, is serving a penitentiary sentence as an accessory after the fact. Now, this is David Bryan inviting you to join us when we present our next case based on the facts of crime from the file of Mr. District Attorney.
Mr. District Attorney was originated by Phillips H. Lord.
Cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States. The only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Gangbusters!
Emergency flash. A crime wave of the most serious proportions is spreading throughout the United States. Tonight, Saturday, December 8, 1945, a serious crime is being committed every 40 seconds. Chicago, December 8th. One man killed, another wounded in gun battle with police.
Chelsea, Massachusetts, December 8th. Police searching desperately for person who telephoned father of 6-month-old baby that kidnapped child would be returned, quote, in a box, unquote.
Redwood City, California, December 8th. 16-year-old high school girl kidnapped by man and woman in green sedan.
These are authentic facts. Since this new crime wave has started, a murder has been committed in the United States every 3 hours.
In its relentless war upon this crime wave, that this country may be a safe country in which to live, Gangbusters presents Louis J. Valentine, former commissioner of the largest police force in the world, who will interview by proxy W.M. Adams, Sheriff, Potter County, Texas. Commissioner Valentine.
Now, Sheriff Adams, suppose you start our Gangbusters case for tonight.
Well, Commissioner Valentine, I'd like to go back a few years to Dallas, Texas. Sheriff Hart was telephoning to the Texas State Police.
This escaped convict is deadly. I consider him one of the most dangerous criminals at large. Now, here's the description. Blackie Thompson, 26, 5 feet 8 inches. Weight 150, coal black hair, dark brown eyes, suave, handsome, dresses like a fashion plate. Blackie Thompson will kill on the slightest provocation.
Don't play anymore, Leila.
All right, Denny.
That's our song. I can't stand it tonight, Leila. Do you realize ever since we were 10 years old, we planned to get married?
I'm sorry, Denny.
Leila, you're just infatuated. You don't know anything about him. He only came to town a month ago.
But I can't help my feelings, Denny.
Sure, he's handsome. He's been places. He's flashy.
He's exciting, Denny. He's romance. He's everything I ever dreamed of.
And I'm just the guy who's always lived across the street.
You'll get over it.
Never. Well, you don't even know, Leila, what he does for a living.
Oh.
I suppose that's him now.
Is my hair all right? Do I look all right, Denny?
You look awful good to me.
I'll be back in a minute. Blackie.
Hi, kid.
Denny's in the living room. I've just told him.
Yeah?
I hated terribly to hurt him.
You told your old folks you're leaving town with me?
No, but I've got my bags all packed. After they're asleep, I'll leave them a note and meet you.
I want to get out of this burg.
I never was so excited in my life. Oh, Blackie, you do love me, don't you?
Oh, sure.
Oh, Blackie, there won't be one bored minute being with you.
You don't know the half of it, kid.
Leaving this way, I'll probably never be able to come home again. You'll always love me, won't you?
You're okay, beautiful. Wait till you get a look at the outside world with me.
Emergency, all state police. First National Bank at Rush Springs, Oklahoma. held up by 3 gunmen. Leader, coal black hair, brown eyes. Attention to state police. Gun shop at Reatook, Oklahoma, held up by 3 gunmen. Leader, black hair, immaculately dressed, brown eyes. Machine guns, shotguns, and ammunition stolen. Leader answers description of dangerous escaped convict, Blackie Thompson.
Pretty swanky nightclub. Huh, Leela? Hey, you never saw nothing like this in Hicktown you come from.
Huh?
What's the matter?
Oh, I was just listening to that song. It just happens to mean a lot to me.
Oh, thinking of that Hick Romeo I took you away from. Well, snap out of it.
All right. All right, I'm sorry, Blackie.
You wanted excitement. You're getting it, aren't you?
Sure.
Remember the first night you threw a fit when you found out who I really was?
It was all so new to me, Blackie.
And now I'm going to give you some real excitement.
What?
I'm pulling another heist tomorrow.
A bank?
Yeah, and the heat's on me. You're going to drive our getaway car.
I'm going to...
Drive our getaway car.
All right. All right, if you say so, Blackie.
Well, that's what I do say.
You still love me, Blackie?
Oh, lay off that goo. I'm getting fed up with it. Now, you'll park the car in front of the bank, and I'll take Whitney and go in.
Yes, sir?
You the cashier?
Yes, sir?
There's a stick up. Reach for the ceiling.
Don't shoot.
Reach for the ceiling.
My arm.
You didn't reach quick enough. Grab the dough.
Okay, pal.
Shut up.
You broke the cashier?
Yeah, never mind him. Get the dough.
I got it.
Okay, then come on. And if anyone tries to stop us when we get outside, kill him.
Are you all right, Blackie? I heard shots.
Shut your mouth and step on the gas. Step on it, I said. Not so fast now, Leela.
All right, Blackie.
Those cops sent out alarms. They spot a car hitting 60, they'll figure it's us. Keep your guns ready in the back seat there, Whitney.
Don't worry, I'm ready.
Oh, Blackie, I didn't realize it would be like this.
You start whining now, I'll put a plug you just as quick as I would anybody else.
All right, Blackie, I'm sticking with you. I always will.
Hey, Blackie, you think you'll kill that cashier back in the bank?
Oh, what's the difference? We got the dough.
Blackie, look. Coming down that other road.
Yeah, car.
Whole posse in it.
Yeah.
What'll we do?
You can't turn back.
Yeah, but Blackie...
Oh, shut up. You've only got one chance. Now, listen, Leela. You do what I tell you.
All right, Blackie, anything you say.
Keep driving straight ahead as though nothing's wrong.
Yes.
If those cops yell to pull up, stop the car. But when you do, pull up just a few feet ahead of them. You understand?
What for?
Never mind. Get the guns back there ready. I'll crawl in the back seat with you, Whitney.
Cops see us all right. They're waving.
Whitney, hide down on the floor of the car. Now, you do what I told you, Leela, or you'll get a slug in the back of the head.
Pull over, you people. Pull over.
Okay, officer. Stop just ahead of them, Leela. That's right. Now, when I say so, we'll jam our guns out the back window and let them have it.
Blackie, no.
Keep your mouth shut. I can see through the back window. Cops are getting out now. Yeah. They're walking this way.
Okay, you people. Get out of the car.
Let them have it.
More. Kill them all. We got most of them, Blackie.
It's horrible.
Shut up. Get this car going.
Blackie, you killed them. You killed them.
I'll kill you if you don't give this car all it's got. No cops taking Blackie Thompson.
One member of that patrol posse was killed, Commissioner Valentine. 2 of the others were badly wounded, and another received slight wound. But Blackie Thompson and his gang escaped.
Now back to Gangbusters and Commissioner Valentine.
What happened, Sheriff Adams, after Blackie Thompson's spectacular escape from that posse?
Well, Commissioner Valentine, Blackie Thompson, reckless as he was, thought it best to hide out for a while. He and Leela had a hideout just outside of Bartlesville, Oklahoma.
Why, Blackie.
Come in, Leela.
New suit? New shoes? But what's the idea of the suitcase? Are we going somewhere?
Hand me those gloves on the bureau.
These?
Uh-huh. Pigskin. Pretty hard and rough.
Blackie, you were planning on working out on me.
No, one little talk with you first. You've been getting on my nerves. I'm fed up.
Blackie.
And I want no scene. When I'm fed up with a dame, I'm through, and that ends it.
But I can't go home. I haven't got any place to go. I haven't got anybody but you. You can't leave me.
The reason I wanted to talk to you is... You think you're going to get back on me and tipping off the cops? You got another think coming.
No, Blackie, you can't leave me.
One word to the cops and I'll find you and fill you full of lead.
After I've given up my home and family and everything for you.
These pigskin gloves are just like steel. And you have a beautiful face. I should bump you off now to make sure you don't talk, but just as a little sample... Yeah. Be a long time before that puss of yours looks human again. And if you're even tempted to say a word to the cops, just remember that little sample.
Blackie!
Mike, I'm in the office a minute.
All right, Sheriff.
Did you check with the police of nearby cities on Blackie Thompson?
Yeah, Sheriff. No soap.
How about wanted circulars?
Well, they're just coming in from the printer. I'm sending one to every police chief in the country.
Good. Sheriff House office.
Is it...
Who is this?
There's a man you want bad, and I know where he is.
Who?
Blackie Thompson.
Blackie Thompson.
He said he'd kill me if I ever told.
Who are you?
I was his girlfriend.
Where is he?
Tim's bar. I hope you lock him up till he dies.
Is his gang with him?
I don't know about his gang, but his new beautiful girlfriend might be.
Hello. Hello.
Tip on Blackie Thompson?
Yeah, Mike. A woman. Blackie's supposed to be over at Tim's bar. I'm driving over right now.
But you can't go alone, Sheriff. His whole gang may be with him.
I'll take my chances, Mike. This time it's going to be Blackie Thompson or me.
Hello, Sheriff. Kind of raw out tonight.
Hello, Tim.
What brings you to my place, Sheriff? Something up?
Maybe.
Well, no one's been here except that fella sitting back there in the corner.
He's the man I'm watching in the bar mirror.
Yeah? Who is he?
5 feet 8 inches, 150 pounds, black hair, dark brown eyes.
That's right, Blackie Thompson. I saw his picture in the papers and What are you going to do, Sheriff?
I'm going to take him.
Hey, that guy's a killer.
Move down the bar out of range.
All right, stay where you are, both of you.
And if we don't?
I knew you was a cop the minute you came in. I was waiting for your first move to kill you.
Well, Blackie, it looks like you've got the drop on me.
I'm going to kill you, and I'm going to kill that dame that tipped you off.
You wouldn't just kill me here in cold blood?
Oh, wouldn't I? You said your last speech, Sheriff.
Sheriff, you threw him right over your shoulder.
All right, Blackie, get up on your feet.
Okay, I'm getting up, cop. I'm getting up.
There are a lot of jobs marked up against you, Blackie. And one of them is cop killing.
Irvin Blackie Thompson, rise and face the court. It is the sentence of this court that you, Irvin Blackie Thompson, for the crimes of kidnapping, murder, and robbery, be taken to the Texas State Prison at Huntsville, and that within the walls of the said prison, on the 24th day of October next, between the hours of 6 and 10 in the morning, a sufficient current of electricity be passed through your body to cause your death. And may God have mercy on your soul.
Just a minute, Whitney.
You know the rules. Convicts aren't allowed near the death house here.
Well, I thought maybe I thought I could see my old pal, Blackie Thompson. They're electrocuting him in a week, you know.
You have to get permission from the warden.
Oh. Well, then, would you... Quiet, got her, I'll kill you.
Where'd you get that gun?
Open the door of the death house, quick. Surprising what a little gun smuggled in can do. Now walk inside, Screw.
Nobody ever escaped from this death house yet, Whitney.
Give me those keys. Blackie, what's selling? Over here, Whitney. Hurry. Yeah. Come on, guard, run with me. Get me out of this cell. Open the door now. Come on. Okay. You know what it's like to be in the death house. Come on, open it up, Whitney. Hurry. I'm waiting as fast as I can, Blackie. I'll never forget this favor, Whitney. Okay, Whitney. Now I'll take that gun. But give me your gun. I'll shove the guard in the cell. That screws out for good. Hey, open my cell, Blackie. Now let's get out of here. Ain't you going to string those other guys in the death house? Nuts, let them burn. I'm saving myself. Come on. I got the ladder hit on the other side of this door, Blackie. Good. No guy ever broke out of this death house before. Now get that ladder. Okay, I got it. Over to the wall now. Okay. Stand the ladder up against the wall. It's okay. I'll start up. No, you don't. I'm first. Oh! Hey, that's no way to treat you after I got you out of the death house, Blackie. Blackie Thompson. Blackie comes first. Hey, look out. The guard up on the wall sees us. Oh, Blackie. Come back. Help me, will you? Help yourself, punk. What do you think I am?
Emergency. Blackie Thompson has just escaped from the death house, while Whitney, who aided him to escape, was shot by the tower guard and killed. Emergency. Blackie Thompson has just escaped.
I'm right here in the shadow.
Oh, darling. I couldn't see you.
You really like these country club dances?
No, they're boring. I wish you'd come in.
I've been watching you through the window.
I knew you were here. I was trying to sneak out. I never knew a girl could be so in love in just 1 week.
Well, you're running away with me or not?
But do you realize I hardly even know your name?
You're in love with me, though.
More than anything in the world.
Well, then after you get home tonight, pack. Sneak out, and I'll have a car on the street in back of your house.
You honestly love me, don't you?
Would I be asking to run away with me if I didn't?
All right, I will go with you. I'll go with you to the end of the world if you want to.
Well, we won't go that far at first. I'll take you for a few weeks to Amarillo, Texas.
Amarillo?
Now, don't worry, kid. You won't be bored. I promise you that.
Attention. First National Bank just robbed by gunman, about 28. Black hair, handsome, immaculately dressed. This gunman cruelly beat cashier. Believed to be killer Blackie Thompson. Approach with caution.
Sheriff's office. Hello, what's the matter? This is the sheriff's office. What's the matter?
Are you...
Who is this?
You looking for Blackie Thompson?
Blackie Thompson. Every office in the South's looking for Blackie Thompson.
He's here, in Amarillo.
Where?
I don't know.
Who are you?
I'm his girlfriend. He told me he was going to marry me. He said he loved me. He's found another girl, and I hope you catch him and shoot him and put him in the electric chair and kill him and put him in jail for life. I never want to see him again.
Hello. Attention, Texas Police. Blackie Thompson reported to be here in Amarillo. All patrol cars cover main highways. Killer Blackie Thompson reported here in Amarillo.
You don't suppose, Sheriff, that girl who phoned in gave us a wrong steer on Blackie Thompson?
If she did, Inspector, she was the cleverest actor I ever heard.
I'll wager every police car in Texas is patrolling tonight.
Look. Way down there on the low road, see?
Yeah. It's a sedan. Must be doing 70.
But look, way behind it. 3 squad cars.
We're after him, Sheriff. Must be Blackie Thompson in the first car. He's outrunning the squad cars.
Oh, what a rotten break. This road runs parallel to that road for miles before there's a cut across.
We'll never be able to get down to the highway in time to cut him off.
We've got to. Those squad cars will never catch him. There's only one way to head the car off. Go down the embankment.
It's a 60-foot bank and a rough field beyond.
We've got to take a chance. Hang on. We'll either make it or be killed.
Watch it. Look out. That rock. Steady. Sheriff, you made it. He's about 300 yards ahead of us. Step on it.
I can't go any faster. He's pulling away.
I'll see if I can plug his tires. Good, he's stopping.
Look out.
Sheriff, you hurt?
Just under the glass in the windshield.
We'll get him. Oh, here comes the other squad cars.
Come on, men. There he is, right by his car. Spread out on the sides of the road. Lie low, men. Open fire. All right, men. Hold it.
Careful. Thompson may be playing possum.
I don't think so. Keep your guns on him, though. If he starts to get up out of that road, let him have it.
You got my collars. There must be at least 30 bullets in him.
Well, men, that's the end of Blackie Thompson. It's a shame that some of these men don't realize before it's too late that they just can't get away with it.
Well, Commissioner Valentine, that's the case of Blackie Thompson. And I hope if there's anyone listening tonight who contemplates committing a crime, they'll just remember this case.
We appreciate, Sheriff Adams, your telling us these inside facts tonight.
Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
This is Conrad Nagel inviting you to stay tuned for the next half hour for one of radio's outstanding dramatic productions on Proudly We Hail.
Proudly We Hail. And now another Proudly We Hail, one of radio's outstanding dramatic half hours, transcribed coast to coast in cooperation with this station and presented by your Army and your Air Force. From Radio City, New York, here is your host and star on Proudly We Hail, the distinguished star of the theater, screen, radio, and television, Conrad Nagel.
Thank you, Colonel Bainhart. Hello, everyone. Welcome again to Proudly We Hail.
The bonny banks of Loch Lomond, eh, Conrad?
That's right, Ken. Land of the heather, the kilts, and the clams. To Bunny, Scotland, for a light comedy entitled Highland Fling and a half hour of fun. Our first act curtain will rise after this very important message.
The woman in the Air Force is a woman who has found that it's smart to serve her country. She wears the trim WAF uniform, and she has a good future in a good outfit. If you are between 18 and 34, go to your nearest United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station and ask for details. Be smart. Do it now.
And now, with your star Conrad Nagel in the role of Duncan Smith, your Army and your Air Force present the Proudly We Hail production, Highland Fling. When you think of Scotland today, you might think of it as a small, irregularly bordered country sitting like a tattered crown upon the austere head of England. It is a crown divided at its narrow waist into two separate and distinct parts, the lowlands and the highlands. But high or low, to Duncan Smith, it was a country that seemed to typify and champion conditions hard to come upon elsewhere, namely peace and quiet.
Or so it was until that summer eventide when he came strolling into the little town of Kilrummy, lost in the heather-locked Grampian Mountains.
Oh, I'll take the high road and you take the low road, and I'll be in Kilrummy afore ye.
Stand where you be. Yourself, card.
Hey, wait, what's the idea? Wait a minute. Put on that sword.
I'll sacrifice mine.
Will you stop waving that thing around? You're apt to cut both our heads
Oh,
off.
near fear I'll near touch the head of my own, but I'll hear yours on the castle wall before sundown. See you, praise, you great lord. No, but I've got it.
But you heard what the lady said.
Grandpa, shame on you. Oh, I am sorry. He means no harm, really. It's just that...
Oh, wait till the chief hears what you've done, Elaine. He's assassinate.
Here, give me that, and stop your nonsense. Now go straight on home. And don't stop at the pub on the way.
Oh, but I got a hand of sport in this house. There's always a last to take the sword out of one hand and the glass out of the other.
Please, I hope you won't think...
Well, I don't know quite what to think. It's the first time a pretty girl has ever saved my life.
Oh, he wouldn't have done you any harm. He gets a little mixed up, that's all. He sometimes thinks he's living in the time of Montrose. Things were different then.
Oh, let me take that sword. It must be heavy.
Don't trouble yourself, sir.
No trouble at all. Tell me, is that Castle Kilrummy up there?
Aye, that's it right enough.
Well, from here it looks rather battered.
Oh, I warrant you'd look better, too, if you'd been fought over for hundreds of years.
Who's fighting over it now?
Well, the clans, of course.
I don't follow you. What clans?
What clans? Why, the McMurdochs, the rightful owners of the castle. And those dirty black thieving spawns of the devil, the McMurray.
McMurray?
Aye, McMurray!
Hey, put that thing down. Look, is there an inn or a tavern I could stay at?
Aye, there's a fine bit of a tavern on the McMurdoch side. Colin, one of my cousins, he's the proprietor. He'll not teach you much.
You said McMurdoch's side. McMurdoch's side of what?
Of Kilrummy. It's divided into two parts.
Oh. Hey, just how many hundreds of years has this little spat been going on?
Over 500.
And all for that old relic?
I can tell you're nae Highland man.
No, I'm an American. My name is...
An American?
Well, yes, that's so terrible.
They said when that butty-legged rooster of the McMurray died, he left the castle to a distant kin in America. Out of spite, or maybe it was out of the knowledge that none of his clan was fit to be laird. Would you happen to be the new laird of Castle Kilrummy?
Well, yes, but you see, I'm...
Think that I've been walking and talking with a McMurray. Aye, the shame of it. Give me back that sword. If I was not a woman,
No, wait a minute.
Wait a minute. I'll nay wait another second. I might have known a McMurray sneaking up and taking advantage of a harmless woman. Get over on your own side of the road. I'll promise you'll rue the day you ever came this way.
Hey, look, you've got it all wrong.
Don't you ever speak to me again, you devil.
Excuse me, are you Mr. McMurdoch?
I'm Colin Donald Vance at Cottage McMurdoch at your service. Are you just passing through, or are you staying on a bit?
Do you have overnight accommodation?
The finest in all Scotland. If you didn't mind sharing the bed with a wee bonny cow or two.
Well, I can stand it if they can.
Good man. I was joshing you. You've come a long way?
Yeah, I left the train at Aberfeldy.
Then you must be somewhat dry.
You're a discerning man.
I'm that. Now put your name down in this book, and I'll give you something to take the dust out of your throat.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, not many strangers pass this way. We're not exactly in the midst of things.
That isn't the impression I got.
I see how this suits your whistle.
Magic.
Magic. Duncan Smith. Now, what kind of a name is that? Tis neither fish nor fowl.
My mother was Scotch. See, that explains the Duncan. My father was a Smith. Well, that explains the Smith.
You couldn't change it to Mac Smith. Somehow it seems a shame to spoil such a broad name as Duncan. That's a king's name with a Smith. There's no sound to it, no feel. It lies empty in a man's mouth.
Yes, I admit it isn't exactly unusual, but I'm stuck with it. Why don't you call me Duncan?
Oh, well, I could do that.
Colin.
Cousin Elaine, you know I never allow a woman in my tap room. It's not decent.
I realize that. But I know a thing you and all here should know. And it's not me you'll be putting out of this place.
What kind of woman's talk is that?
That man. He's the new laird of Castle Kilrummy. He's a McMurray.
A Mac? I did ask Blackie.
He told me so himself.
His name is Smith. He wrote it here in the book.
What's the name in a book? Ask him if he's not the new laird.
Will, Manny?
Well, you got it all wrong.
I'm waiting for ye to make it right. Are ye the new laird?
Well, yes, but...
Quiet! Quiet, or I'll throttle the lot of you. We've got to be calm and judicious about this matter. Every man deserves a fair trial, even a low McMurray. Bruce, summon the clan. Lonnie, get a rope. A strong rope. As chief of the clan McMurdoch, I'll have quiet. Would ye hey the McMurrays known we've got their prize?
Give me the cable, and I'll make a spurring of it.
Shut your mouth, Gaffer, or I'll take you home to bed. Now, 'tis the law of the clan that before sentence is passed on any man, even a McMurray has a right to speak his piece. Take the gag out of his mouth. I said take it out, not push it in. Say your name honors, Malcolm. I suppose you have something to say. Long in the tongue is the McMurray characteristic.
Is there a constable in this town?
There is. One in this side of the town and one on the other. What would ye wear, constable?
I have a good mind to prefer charges of assault and battery against the whole crazy lot of you.
Well, then, prepare them. I'm the constable.
Oh, no. Look, I can take a joke as well as the next man. But this is going just a little too far.
Where did you see how much fatter it goes?
Hey, come on there. Bruce, shut your great gap.
Give me the claymore.
One more peep out of you, Gaffer, and it's home to bed. What were you saying?
That before I'm through, I'll have the whole lot of you thrown into jail. You saw me write my name in your register. Duncan Smith. That's what it is. That's what it's always been. And I am pleased, greatly pleased, to say that as far back as I can trace my ancestry, I have not one drop, not one corpuscle of either McMurdoch or McMurray blood in me.
Oh, the man seems to have taken offense. Why, you said yourself that your own mother was of this land.
Her name was Wallace.
But you admitted your own self that you're the new laird.
That's right, I'm the new owner. In a moment of weakness, I bought your precious castle from a man named Edward McMurray. I bought it because he wanted to get rid of it and sold it to me for a very low price. I bought it because I've always been interested in Scotland and in its history. I thought possibly I might restore this castle, or at least have some fun poking around in it. However, events have changed my mind. I think I'll have it torn down and sold for stone.
Oh, no.
And if you'd like any further proof, here are the deeds and all the other papers.
Oh, what? Quiet, you hear me? We owe this man an apology. The plan was...
Apology won't be necessary. I'd just like to get out of here.
Oh, well, perhaps we've been a wee bit hasty, sir.
But now, having tried the hospitality of the McMurdochs, and very nearly being hung for it, I think I'll try the McMurrays.
Oh, man! You couldn't do such a terrible thing like that.
Oh, man. Yes, I can. Good evening.
Oh, no.
You would see a McMurray to sell Kilrummy to such a rude man.
I'll strike the whole lot of them stone dead with the bare feet.
Will you be still? Ain't none of you the brains of a goat. Do you realize 'tis the first time in over 200 years that the castle does not legally belong to a McMurray? No. Aye, that sinks into your flapper. 'Tis our great chance, even though the red-headed cousin of mine nearly scotched it. We must hold an immediate council of war. And if we are canny, there's a chance that Kilrummy may be gloriously returned to its rightful owners, the Gangbusters.
Conrad Nagel, starring in the role of Duncan Smith in the proudly we hail production Highland Fling, will return in just a moment for the second act. Who's the smartest woman of the year? Why, the woman who puts on that new blue uniform of the United States Air Force. Smartly tailored and neatly groomed, she's being seen more and more around the nation these days.
She's smart in another way, too. She started a great career as a WAF, one of the women in the Air Force working side by side with the men of the Air Force. She wears her Air Force blue proudly, with a sense of personal accomplishment, because she's doing a needed job in administration, in radio as a technician or operator, in the medical service as a technician, or in hundreds of other interesting fields.
More and more young women 18 to 34 are finding out that the thing to do is to put on the smart blue uniform worn by the women in the Air Force. Get complete details at the United States Army and United States Air Force recruiting station. How about you? Can you qualify? You are listening to Proudly We Hail, and now with your star Conrad Nagel in the role of Duncan Smith, we present the second act of Highland Fling.
I beg your pardon.
And will you should. Banging at the door and waking a body up in the middle of the night. It's past 9, man. What do you want here?
Are you Fergus McMurray?
Well, that all depends.
Yeah, depends on what.
On who it is that wants to know and why.
My name is Smith. I have a letter from your grandnephew in America, Edward. He asked me to deliver it to you.
Edward? Edward is not coming here, is he?
No, I don't think so.
Good. Come away in, man. We'll talk a bit. Wipe your boots and keep your voice low. Roderick died, he left the castle to Edward. A canny man was Roderick. Even in his grave, he'd taken no chances with the McMurders. With Edward as laird and living in America, there's little enough any of that clan of Satan can do to try and get the castle back in their evil clutches.
But if you rightly own it, how can they take it from you?
I can see you have not had the misfortune of making any of their acquaintance. Don't, man. I warn you. Warlocks and witches, the whole pack of them. Full of drumly tricks. Twice in the last year, they've summoned up spirits of their black ancestry to haunt the castle. I look amazed, but I think it's true.
Mr. McMurray, I think it's time I told you something. It's going to come as a shock.
Shock? I'm too strong a man to be shocked. There's nothing in this world or the next that can shock Fergus McMurray. What would you tell me?
Well, it's in the letter there. Edward McMurray sold Castle Kilrummy to me.
I'm sometimes a wee bit deaf.
The McMurrays no longer own the castle. I do.
You own the castle?
Yes, that's right. I have all the papers here, and I... Good Lord. Mr. McMurray.
Oh, I didn't realize you...
Well, for an instant, I didn't think you were real. I thought I was seeing a ghost. See the way the light shone down through the window slits up there? It caught you in its shaft, and it was though you were a phantom who'd once been mistress here.
I'm sorry to spoil your illusion. Perhaps if you come here at night, you'll see a real ghost.
Oh, I've heard all about them. McMurday ghosts.
Of course. No McMurray would ever have the stuff to come back. You must be very angry with me.
Well, see, I make it a habit never to stay angry with pretty young lassies very long.
You're free enough with your tongue. But I like the compliment.
No compliments, the truth. Elaine the Fair. Elaine with the reddest hair in all Scotland.
You make a girl blush.
What are you doing here?
Look, like you. Now that the McMurrays no longer own the castle, they kind of keep us off. This is the first time I've ever been inside like this. I feel at home.
Yes, it does get you, doesn't it? Know all that happened here. Now the quiet, the ruins of yesteryear, re-echoing to other sounds, other times.
You put it so poetically. And for a man named Smith, it's astonishing.
Well, will we show each other around?
You'll not tear it down as you threatened to do.
Well, not today. Come along with you.
Well, 'cause 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 You can see all over the whole world.
You know, to stand on the battlements of this tower, I should be wearing a sword. Your grandfather's, and a kilt.
And a bunny hat with a blackcock's feather.
And you, a long green gown with a belt of jewels. We standing here watch the enemy approach.
McMurray's
coming up through the glen.
And we McMurdoch's ready. Their numbers are greater, but our hearts are stronger. Ah, men are bonny and gay, their great swords ready to bite deep for hearth and home.
This is the sword, hammered and wrought by Gillian for Gillian. Even the time we had a trumpet call for something to shout defiance to the whole world. Hey, now, what's that?
What? We've been taken from the rear. Look, it's the whole of Murray clan still in the courtyard. They never could fight fair.
Come down, we hear a word for you.
Well, what's the trouble?
Hey, trouble. Just that you might like to know you're consorting with a witch up there.
Thanks for the information. What can I do for you?
Will you come down, like I say?
Don't go down. It's some trick they're up to. I know them.
What can they do to me?
This is me. A minute ago you were defending me against the barbarians, and now you're ready to go have words with them.
Well, Mr. Smith.
I like it up here. What's your business?
You're a very difficult man, and I don't favor shouting my lungs to. If you'll not come down, I'll send a few of the lads up to help you.
I told you that meant no good.
I don't budge till I know what you want.
All right, I'll tell you. We're going to do you the very great honor of adopting you into the clan McMurray. It may cost you a bobby, and it will save you from the clutches of that no-good rabble, the McMurray. Now will you come down?
Adopt you, but that's what we... Oh, you can't let them do it. It would mean you'd be a McMurray, and they'd still have the castle.
Yes, I realize that. Couldn't be that's why you've been so friendly to me. Oh. The McMurdochs are more subtle and pretty last to catch the fish. McMurrays make no bones about it.
Are you dead up there?
Well, thanks for the invitation, Mr. McMurray. But you see, I never joined clubs.
Clubs? Who asked you to join a club? We're adopting into the clan one, whether it's I or me, you say.
It's me, so come and get me. Elaine, look. See if we can move that big slab over the opening.
You're not angry with me?
Furious, come on. We've got to strike for hearth and home. Well, you tired?
Not of it. Did you see me hit that ugly devil with that bit of rock?
Yeah, you've got excellent aim. I hope we haven't killed any of them.
5 times they've come against us, and 5 times we've thrown them back.
Well, flinging rocks down on the heads of the helpless isn't quite like lunging with a claymore.
Don't let it bother you. You're a great fighter. Different times, different weapons. Hey, they're awfully quiet. What do you suppose they're up to?
Probably going to get a ladder.
A ladder? Oh, they couldn't do a thing like that. It's not fair. You see what kind of people they are.
Hey!
We realize you're a foreigner to these parts and not fully acquainted with our customs. So with sympathy in our hearts and respect to your position as mayor, we'll give you one last chance. Will you now come down and be adopted peaceably? We're only trying to save you from yourself.
I shall defend this tower to the death, Mr. McMurray. I join no clubs.
Clubs! Clubs is it freaking like
Listen!
Good Lord, look.
The clan has come to our rescue. The best calling, hooray!
Hey, this is terrible. You know somebody's have to get hurt.
Terrible, it's beautiful. And we can sit up here and watch the whole thing. Colin! Colin!
Look, isn't that your grandfather? Good Lord, he's got that sword.
Good. Maybe he'll chop a few heads off.
Hey, this isn't funny anymore.
Curtis McMurray, your clan has done its last foul deed. We come to rescue the leaves of our castle. Your castle! The moon is dark. Mrs. McMurray drowned you trespass on.
You're both wrong. It's neither. It's my land. Methland.
Where did the change all that for yours? We'll rescue you, lads, never fear. Send the car!
Wait. All right. Now sit down, both of you.
Now, nay, sit in the same room with a man.
All right, stand then, but be still.
I'll take no orders.
This is my castle. I invited you here, even though you both came uninvited yesterday. The only good thing about yesterday is that nobody was killed. Why? I can't understand.
We made mash of them.
You made
Quiet, both
mash.
of you. Now, let's get this straight once and for all. This ridiculous feud between you people is centered on the castle. Is that correct?
That is correct. It was McMurdoch built on McMurray Hill.
Oh, I don't care about that. Right now, I own it. That means that neither of your clans has the right of possession. And that means there's no longer any reason for this feud. You can start acting like normal human beings again. Well?
You mean you'll not take sides? You'll put an end to it?
Exactly. I want no part of it after what I saw yesterday.
End of the feud? Well, you couldn't do anything like that. Aye, what would there be to live for? I'm on my just as well be. What else is there besides sheep and mountains? It is a sad day for the clans. A sad, sad day. Oh, it is the first time in over 500 years that a McMurdoch has agreed with a McMurray. But I must agree, a very, very sad day for the clan.
It was a dreadful thing you did, Duncan. In 2 months, Kilrummy
Has had more peace and quiet than it's had in over 500 years.
Will you not change your mind? Let us make him McMurdoch. Even the McMurrays will agree to that.
Well, will you not let me make you a Smith?
Oh, don't joke.
I'm not joking, Elena Fair. I've lost my heart to you. Will you have it? Not much to give, I know.
You want to marry me?
Yes. I want to marry you and make you the lady of this castle.
If I married you, then I'd not only become a Smith, but you'd become a McMurdoch. It's the law of the clan. Would you have me at the price?
Would you have me if it was otherwise?
Oh, Duncan, you knew I would. Just think. We can be married and the feud can start again.
And all Kilrummy will go wild with joy.
Oh, deliriously.
And you?
I'll be your own hot darling evermore. Now let's go down to the village and tell them all the news.
Hey, what's that?
It's the McMurdoch ghost. I shouldn't wonder you've made him happy, too.
Ghost? Don't be silly.
You did not think it was a McMurray ghost. Their clan haven't got the cars.
Well, does this ghost play here every night?
No, only on special occasions. Doesn't he sound bonny?
Look, there's someone down there in the courtyard. Look, I can see them moving.
Hey! Down will you be? Or I'll cow you.
Grandpa, you go home to bed.
Our star, Conrad Nagel, will return in just a moment with a word about next week's show.
Registered nurses, the United
The town was full of bevies of fresh young beauties, brought up from the country to be presented at court. The papers were full of accounts of dinners, soirees, garden parties, and all the rest of what now seems like a forgotten life. Naturally, all this meant very little to home. Consequently, I was more than a bit surprised on returning one afternoon to our Baker Street lodgings to find him deep in a veritable snowdrift of illustrated society magazines and papers.
Thompson, do you know about this man Damery?
Damery? What Damery?
Lord Damery, of course. He took his photograph of all the society these days.
Oh, that's true. The fellow's a household word in society.
Yes. But he's a man of the world, of a natural turn to diplomacy, and he's asked me for a 4:30 appointment beside Junkie.
You mean that Lord Damery's coming here? But it's 4:30 now, and look at the mess that the place is in.
Time is all. As sad as Mrs. Hudson. Lord Damery is not paying a visit to Baker Street to investigate our housekeeping, but to consult me in my professional capacity. That will be the gentleman now, unless I'm very much mistaken. Punctual to the minute. Take a look out of the window, will you, Watson? That's a good fellow.
Why you always expect me to play Sister Anne for you? Oh, all right, very well. Yes, Mrs. Hudson, she's up in the door to him. Why, she's out in the front step making his curtsy.
Oh, what's this, Donna?
He's removing his hat and bag. His lordship must have got a very expensive tailor. Every detail, from his black satin cravat to his patent leather shoes, is perfect. The shirt must have cost him
Really, an unmarried man, our Lord Damery.
Why do you say that, Holmes?
For only a bachelor squanders money on his wardrobe with such a lavish hand. The married man is too busy putting his wife's bills for feathers and
Oh, but it's worth it, my dear fellow. It's worth it. The pleasure of seeing the lady of one's choice in a fetching new bonnet or an agitating
You
chippet
can
wire.
omit the rhapsody, my dear Watson. Our visitors just outside the door. Come in. Ah, Lord Damery, I presume.
And this must be the celebrated Mr. Sherlock Holmes. I'm delighted to make your acquaintance.
Won't you sit down, sir? Watson dumped that encyclopedia off the other armchair. will you?
Yes, I was hoping to find Dr. Watson. A pleasure, I assure you.
Well, the pleasure is mine, sir.
Yes, I'm truly delighted to find Dr. Watson present. His collaboration may be very necessary, Mr. Holmes. We're dealing on this occasion with one of the most ruthless individuals in all England.
Oh, and who might that be?
My sister, the Lady Alicia, widow of the late Earl of Devon.
You don't say.
Yes, she has the well-known whim of iron. Anyone who crosses her in any way is in grave danger.
You mean that she'd go as far as to poison them or knife them with that?
Ladies in high society, my dear Dr. Watson, have more subtle but nonetheless deadly ways of dealing with their adversaries.
And for whom is the Lady Alicia sharpening her knife this time?
Well, I suspect it's Miss Kitty Kissam.
Kitty Kissam? You mean the delightful Kitty Kissam, the star of the sweetheart of the regiment?
The same.
And how did Lady Alicia's path happen to cross the charming Kitty's?
Through my dunce of a nephew, Percy, who also happens to be Alicia's only son.
Oh, he's become infatuated with this Kitty?
He's asked her to marry him.
And quite naturally, his mother objects.
No, that's the most startling aspect of the whole affair. As soon as I heard of the engagement, I rushed round, expecting to find Alicia in the midst of hysterics, or at least having taken to her bed surrounded with smelling salts.
And such was not the case.
No, on the contrary. She was sitting at her desk in the morning room, making out her list for a reception and music hour to be given tomorrow afternoon to honor Miss Kissam.
Lord and Lady Coverdale, the Duke of Rossington, Lady Windermere.
Well, I must say, my dear Alicia, I hardly expect to find you in such a cheerful mood.
Why not? After all, what this family needs is new blood. They told me dear Kitty's father was a butcher and her mother a barmaid. Yes, I'm sure Percy should be very, very happy with the dear little thing. She's bound to make a big impression on all our friends.
Alicia, I don't like the way you say that. You have that certain glint in your eye.
What glint, dear?
The glint you had the evening you met the Lady Eustacia de Vere at the top of the grand staircase at Buckingham Palace.
Yes, we've been quarreling all the winter. With such fun.
Yes, you smiled politely and let her speak hard. Then you deliberately stepped on her train, ripping it off at the waist, revealing the fact that she wore certain red flannel undergarments.
Dear Eustacia, she's the laughing stock of Mayfair.
I warn you, Alicia, Kitty Kissam is no Lady Eustacia.
Of course not, darling. She's no lady at all. That's what makes me so anxious to have our friends meet her.
Sounds like a rather ominous situation, Lord Damery. By the way, do I gather that you have the pleasure of Miss Kissam's acquaintance?
Well, that is, yes, in a way. We've partaken of a bottle and a bird several times, don't you know, after the theater. Kitty's really a dear little thing, in spite of her reputation.
Reputation?
Well, surely you've heard of her confounded pearls.
I'm afraid I'm rather ignorant of the chit-chat of our metropolis.
But everyone knows that she was given those dashed pearls by a certain Balkan king who spends most of his time in Paris. She wears them constantly, for luncheon, for tea, for dinner, in and out of the theater. I believe she even wears them in her bath.
It's ostentatious.
And what, they're a sort of trademark.
Yes, I suppose you might call it that. It's the only evidence of bad taste I've ever known Kitty to indulge in.
Bad taste?
Well, confound it, man. You don't expect a woman to go flaunting her past about as if she were proud of it.
Not even if it packs the theater?
Oh, blast those clothes. I suspect that whatever my sister has up her sleeve concerns them.
How?
Well, for one thing, she insists I hire a private detective to keep an eye on them. Says she doesn't want to run the risk of having them stolen in her house.
Very solicitous of her. Hey, Watson? Why not solve the whole situation by suggesting to Miss Kitty that she leave her jewels at home?
But I've tried.
And
Well, there are times when Kitty Kitten can be as difficult as my sister. She absolutely refuses. She says she would as soon appear in public without her petticoats as without her clothes. I've warned her that my sister Alicia means business. But she says no grand dame is going to get the better of her.
Oh, an interesting situation, wasn't it?
It reminds me...
One of society's leading hostesses in conflict with one of the theatre's most popular leading ladies.
Well, I've been trying to bet on Miss Kitty.
You don't know my sister Alicia.
What makes you so positive that your sister is so opposed to the match between your nephew and Miss Kitty?
Because in the first place, Percy can't afford to marry an actress. He has no money and is quite incapable of earning a living. My sister had a match practically arranged between him and Lord Beaverbottom's oldest daughter. He's the millionaire, you know. And in the second place, Kitty must be a good 10 years older than the boy.
Well, she doesn't look like it.
No, she's an actress.
In short, you don't approve of the match, but you'd hate to see your sister put one over on Miss Kitty Kitten.
Yes, that's the situation in a nutshell. I beg of you, Mr. Holmes, come and keep an eye on things. Ostensibly, you'll be there to guard these silly pearls, but in reality, I want you to, prevent any unpleasantness that might harm Miss Kitten's professional popularity. After all, she's a dashed fine actress, you know.
Yes, and an equally delightful supper partner, eh?
Anything awkward happens to Kitty, Miss Kitten, at this party of yours, I shall cut Percy out of my will. He won't get a penny from me. And then where would you be?
My dear James, calm yourself. Anyone might think that it was you who'd become engaged to Miss Kitten instead of Percy. Besides, if Percy has to wait till you pop off, my dear, before he inherits the family wealth, I'll be dead and gone. You're too disgustingly young and healthy.
It's no good trying to butter me up, Alicia. And I wish to remind you that it's not the family wealth Percy will inherit. It's my money, my own. I made it myself, and I shall leave it to whom I please.
Of course you will, James. But we Damerys are famous for sticking together, aren't we, sweet? Oh, look. Who is the lean, rapacious, and very distinguished man who just entered?
Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Oh, these are the gentlemen I've asked to guard Miss Kitten's pearls. And I warn you, Alicia, Sherlock Holmes has the best brain in England, so no monkey tricks.
Don't be vulgar, James, my pet. Ah, they see you. Coming over. And all of a flutter.
Ah, Mr. Holmes, it's so good of you to be so prompt. The guest of honor is due at any moment.
Good evening, Lord Dameron.
James, my darling, haven't you forgotten something?
Oh, yes. Alicia, my dear, may I introduce Mr. Sherlock Holmes and his friend and colleague, Dr. Watson?
How do you do, madam?
This is really delightful. I was just saying to Lord Damery, Mr. Holmes, that I had no idea a member of the police force could look so perfectly fascinating.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, ma'am, but we are not members of the official police. We are merely amateurs of the not-so-gentle art of detection.
How charming. How simply charming.
Kitty Kitten.
Oh, here's my guest of honor now. Judging by the rush in her direction, it would seem that quite a few of my male guests have already had the privilege of meeting her.
Yes, you see, they no longer lock actresses up in a wardrobe trunk after the performance, lady.
Yes, I see she's wearing her pearls. They certainly are magnificent. Almost as fine as mine, I should say. You don't suppose she insists on wearing them so consistently because her neck is too skinny?
No one could ever suspect you of that, ma'am.
Touche, Alicia. He had you there.
Don't be unpleasant, James. Come along, Mr. Holmes. You too, Dr. Wilson.
Watson.
Oh, of course, to be sure. After all, if you're to stand guard over Miss Kitten's pearls, it's high time you made her acquaintance.
Are you sure you wouldn't rather we kept an eye on yours? I imagine they must be quite as valuable.
Yes, the Damery pearls are handsome. It's a good thing James was never married, or his wife would be wearing them. But I fancy they're in no danger. I'm not in the habit of having them stolen, which is more than can be said of actresses nowadays, judging by what I read in the papers. But come, I feel very remiss as a hostess. Not that my guest seems to feel any need of me. Oh, how are you, Lady Coverdale?
See what I mean, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, the lady Alicia certainly has a dagger up each of these.
Yes, and one in each garter as well. But come along and meet Kitty.
I understand she bathes in nothing but milk. Active milk. Oh, there you are, my dear Kitty. Looking younger every day. Perhaps it's because I'm happy. You must try it sometime. I want you to meet two friends that Lord Damery has invited. They're here to see that nobody steals your pearls. I'd die if anything should happen to them while you were at a party of mine. Oh, they've never been threatened before, Lady Elizabeth. Are your parties more dangerous than the others I go to?
Oh, now, Kitty, easy does it. May I introduce my friends, Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson?
Oh, no, this is wonderful. I've read all of Dr. Watson's famous account of your wonderful adventure.
Oh, thank you so much. Your sensationalism, my dear Miss Kitten.
I don't believe it for a moment. Such wonderful, dramatic material. Have you ever thought of writing them into a play, Dr.
Well,
Watson?
that's already been done most successfully with a great American actor, Mr. William Gillette, who plays the leading role himself.
And does a far more creditable job of it, no doubt, than I could myself.
Oh, I never believe that either. Yes. Have you ever thought of playing the board, Mr. Holmes? There's a certain, shall we say, voltage about you. You would make a very exciting performer.
No. Don't you try and persuade him to change his mitt here, Miss Kitty. I'll never be able to follow him onto the stage.
Mother, my dear, this would never do.
Hello, Percy.
We can't allow these two people to monopolize you, Kitty, my sweetie. You must meet some of our other friends.
All in good time, Percy. First, give your fiancée a chance to catch her breath. Kitty, my dear, you must have a glass of champagne to brace you for the ordeal of meeting all these people. Percy, tell Paddlefoot to bring that tray over here.
Oh, very well, dear. I'm sure Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson could do with a spot. There's a bar in the anteroom here if you'll just step in for a moment.
James, my dear, aren't you forgetting what these gentlemen are here for? We can't leave Kitty unprotected. Ah, here's Paddlefoot. Allow me, Kitty, my sweet.
Oh, thank you, Lady Elizabeth.
And a glass for you, Mr. Holmes, and one for... Oh, how clumsy of me. Get a towel, run, Percy. James, change your handkerchief. Oh, I soaked Miss Kissam's beautiful sleeves. Oh, dear. Look out for the glasses. Get them swept up, Paddlefoot, quick.
Yes, honey. Easy, easy. You're not hurt, are you, Kitty? The tray went right past your shoulder.
Oh, no, I'm quite all right. Oh, but your sleeve, your beautiful sleeve, it's soaked.
Oh, it doesn't matter, really.
Here's the towel, my dear.
Just let me pat it dry. Good heavens.
What is it?
Your pearls. They're missing. Someone has stolen Miss Kitten's pearls.
There.
Now, control yourself, Alicia. They must have come loose in the excitement.
No, they were stolen. I knew they would be.
Yes. I rather suspected the same thing myself, Lady Alicia.
Of course. They must be found. We must search everybody.
Oh, no, please. Oh, this is awful. It's so embarrassing for everyone.
Alicia, have you gone out of your mind? Your sister's quite right, Lord Amory. We must search everybody. It's the only way to recover the pearls, and you and your nephew and the Lady Alicia will be the first to be searched.
But that's preposterous.
Yes, I know it is. But you can hardly expect your guests to submit to the indignity of a search if you don't set them an example. So shall we adjourn to the anteroom, Lady Alicia? Well, here we are, Mr. Holmes. My sister, my nephew, and myself. Which would you like to search first? Suppose we allow Miss Kitten to choose. After all, it was she who lost the pearls.
Oh, really, Mr. Holmes? I feel as though so unnecessary. The pearls came loose in the excitement over the upset tray. They're probably rolled under a chair or rug somewhere. If we wait until the guests have gone, I'm sure we'll find them.
Certainly not, my dear. Those pearls were stolen. There wasn't a chair or rug anywhere near us. Nothing but bare parquet floor. And a lot of people.
Yes, she's right about that, huh?
Of course I'm right. There's a thief in my house, and I insist that the fact that he or she is probably a guest of mine should be no protection. After all, that necklace was given you by a certain royal personage. It's practically a historical relic.
Yes, I know, but really I'd much rather not have any fuss or commotion.
Nonsense, my dear. We must find the culprit. Everyone must be searched.
Bravo, Lady Alicia.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. And now that enough time has elapsed so that they will think that we've been thoroughly searched, suppose we call in the rest of the guests, one at a time. You gentlemen can search the men, and Kitty and I will search the ladies behind that screen.
Oh, please, I'd be much happier if you wouldn't.
Nonsense. Let's get on with it.
Right. But I still insist the search begin with the camera.
Oh, very well, if you insist on being a stickler for form. I suppose Percy and Lord Damery may as well turn out their pockets.
No, Lady Alicia. We shall begin with you.
Me? But I haven't any pockets. I don't even carry a reticule. So where could I hide anything?
In your body. Miss Kitten, if you will investigate Lady Alicia's body.
The idea. The very idea.
Oh, I'd much rather not.
Very well. If you won't, Kitty, I will.
James, don't you dare. James, take your hands off my neck. That's an outrage. James, stop it.
I'm sorry, but I can't let this part go on. It's not worth it. Well, you see, those pearls aren't real.
My dear, you mean the king gave you imitation jewelry?
That whole story was made up by my publicity agent. He thought it would be good for me.
I rather suspect you knew the pearls were imitation the first time you saw them. That's why you planned to show me up.
But all these stories about you and the king...
Oh, I'm so sorry to disappoint you, Percy, but I'm really quite a respectable person. I've never met a king.
Well, I must say this is a blow. A surprise, I mean. I shall be terribly ragged by my pals, you know. They were all rather envious of me.
After all, no one needs know. We don't have to publicize this thing to the world.
Oh, but I must tell my guests, James, dear. After all, I owe them some explanation if I let the whole matter drop after making such an issue of things. I'm sure that everyone will be interested to know that not only are Miss Kissam's pearls not real, but Miss Kissam is somewhat of an impostor herself.
But how could you know the pearls were false, Mother dear? After all, ladies don't wear imitation jewels.
And actresses don't wear trinkets given them by men who don't consider them ladies. Here is your engagement ring,
That is... Well, I didn't really... Oh, this is... Keep the ring as a remembrance, don't you know?
Thank you, Percy, but I'd rather not.
Well, Alessia, now that you've accomplished the results for which the party was undoubtedly given, suppose you let me send the guests home.
Oh, not before I've had a chance to explain.
You'll do nothing of the kind. If Kitty Kissam wants people to think a king gave us some pearls, that's her business.
Thank you, Lord Jamie, but it really doesn't matter. I'd just as soon they did know. That story of the royal pearls was beginning to make me feel just a bit foolish. Oh, I'll admit it was helpful when I was just a struggling small-part player, but now, well, I flatter myself that my hold on the ladder of success is firm enough so that it'll take more than a few imitation pearls to shake me loose.
Bravo, Miss Kitty. I salute your courage.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
I say, look here. Perhaps I've been a bit... hasty, don't you know?
You keep your silly mouth shut. I'll handle this from now on. You stay here, Alessia. I'm going to explain the situation to our guests.
But, James...
Alessia, shut up!
Well, really? I'm afraid, Mr. Holmes, there's a streak of vulgarity in my brother. I'm sure I don't know where it comes from.
Yes, probably from the same place he gets his honesty and sense of fair play.
Dear me. Don't tell me you're going to be cross with me, too. By the way, whatever made you think that I might have secreted Miss Kissam's pearls in my body?
My dear Lady Alessia, when something of value disappears during a manufacturer's commotion, the first one suspected should be the person who did the manufacturing.
You mean you thought that I upset the tray on purpose?
Quite. But come, let us join the others, shall we? I think we've given Lord Amory ample time to make his explanation. Miss Kissam, if you will do me the honor. Watson, you may escort the Lady Alessia.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed.
Oh, by Jove, here's one.
Oh, that makes 99.
Here's two more.
100 and 101.
I found 5 more, all in a little bunch. Oh, this is simply thrilling. So much more fun than hunting for Easter eggs.
Well, that makes 106.
James, what on earth are you doing?
Hunting for pearls. Seems I was right in the first place. Miss Kissam's pearls weren't stolen. The string must have broken and strewn them all over the place. Any more?
We've looked everywhere. I'm sure there isn't an inch we haven't searched.
Then here you are, my dear Kitty. Allow me to return your pearls.
Oh, thank you. But I don't understand.
Tell me, Miss Kissam.
Yes?
How many pearls were there on your string?
105.
But Holmes, Lord James, just counted them. He mentioned 106. There's one more pearl now than there was when it was stolen. It's incredible. It's absolutely impossible.
No, my dear Watson, no. It's not incredible. It's not even impossible. It's merely enlightening. What do you deduce from the presence of this added fruit of the humble oyster, Lady Alessia? Perhaps you can explain why there are now 106 pearls in Miss Kissam's necklace.
Did you say 106? But my necklace, the Damery pearls have 106. Good heavens, my necklace, it's gone. Someone has taken my pearls.
Then may I ask, Lady Alessia, what pearls are those still hidden in your body?
But those are Miss Kissam's imitations. James must have taken mine off my neck when he was threatening to search me. And now he's pulled this trick to get even with me. The string that broke are my pearls. She has no right to them. They are the Damery pearls.
My dear Lady Alessia, there is one person who has a better right to them than yourself. That person, of course, would be Lord Damery's wife. Yes. Judging by the look in Lord Damery's eyes, Watson, wouldn't you say they've been handed over to the proper party?
My Jove, yes. Elementary, my dear Holmes. Elementary.
Richard Diamond, private detective.
Hello there, this is Diamond. I've got a little office near 53rd Street on Broadway, 8th floor. My business? Trouble. What kind of trouble? Well, take your pick. If you come up with something unusual, a new kind of trouble, drop around and see me. Because I'm known along the big street as a shamus, a gumshoe, or to the guy on Park Avenue as a private detective. If you happen to be stuck with your problem, for $100 a day in expenses, I'll chase it around until I can catch up and break its back. I average about 20 fast rounds a week with old man trouble, and so far the decision's been on my side. But don't misunderstand me. It's my business to beat him, but I respect him. Trouble goes to work with every trick in the book. So I play it the same way, and believe me, when I put him away for the count, I don't clap my little hands in glee. I know he's just taking a rest, and he'll be back again with some new stunts. Want to know how he works? Well, the other day, I was on the way to my office. I stopped at the corner newsstand, 53rd and Broadway, to buy a paper and to say hello to an old friend.
Hi, Mr. Diamond.
Well, hello, Jeff. How's the newspaper business?
Oh, swell. How's the detective racket?
Oh, swell.
Hey, you don't sound too happy.
Jeff, I couldn't be happier if my hair was on fire. Take my advice, son. When you grow up, be sure and get a job that pays off every week in that little white envelope. Don't ever become a private detective. It's like a penny getting lost in a gum machine.
Well, I'm going to stick to the newspaper business.
Good for you.
Say, I was just about to go across the street to Mary Lou's and get some ice cream. How about it? Can I buy you a cone?
Now, that is a beautiful idea. Let's go.
Aren't you coming to work a little late, Mr. Diamond?
Well, you see, Jeff, I was up kind of late. Research, you know.
Yeah, I know. I see him going into your office all the time. That blonde last week stopped traffic all the way to 42nd Street.
Yeah, she was lovely. Got tired of social standards and shot her husband right through his morning cup of coffee.
Was that the one in the headlines?
That's the one.
Oh, hello, dear. Hi, Mary Lou. Take a seat, Mr. Diamond.
Well, what do you and your friend have?
Well, I'm going to have a double strawberry. How about it, Mr. Diamond?
Sounds great.
2 double strawberries.
This is Mr. Diamond, Mary Lou. His office is in that building across the street.
Oh, how do you do?
How are you, Mary?
All right, I guess. Business could get better, and I wouldn't mind at all. Here you comes.
This is on me, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, no, now put it away.
Oh, now, come on. I asked you over, and that makes it my treat. Here's a 5, Mary Lou. Mr. Diamond's money isn't any good today.
Tell you what I'll do, Jeff. Give me a 5 a minute.
Sure, here.
Now, if you can tell me whose picture's on this bill, you can buy the cones.
Is that a deal?
That's a deal.
Lincoln. Well, what's the matter? That's right, isn't it?
Hmm? Oh, yeah.
What's wrong?
Where did you get this bill, Jeff?
Well, I just made change for it a few minutes. Hey, what's the matter with that dough?
You two act like you'd never seen a $5 bill before.
Well, this Finn's counterfeit.
What?
That's right. Good job, too.
You sure?
Yep. One of the best engraving jobs I've ever run across. Paper's not too good.
Oh, that's swell. That's real great. I get just out of a whole $5.
Who gave it to you?
I remember the guy, all right. He came by just before you did. Made change for him, the heel.
Yeah, $5 is a lot of papers.
I'll say it is.
Well, maybe you're wrong. You could be.
Not Mr. Diamond. He's a private detective. Used to be a cop.
Look, Jeff, mind if I take this bill along with me?
Nah. What good's it going to do me?
Oh, it's not so bad. Here, I'll give you a good 5 for it.
No, sir. You only learn by mistakes. I made a big one, so I'm out 5. Talk it along.
Look, it's worth the 5. I'm just buying it from you.
Sure, Jeff. Go ahead and take it.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Diamond, but I just can't.
Okay, Jeff. Maybe I can find the guy who slipped this to you. Maybe we can get your 5 back.
What are you going to do?
Take a run down to the 5th precinct. See how much of this stuff is floating around New York. Now, I want you to do something for me, Jeff.
Sure, anything.
I want you to keep an eye out for the guy who gave you this phone.
I'm way ahead of you.
Well, now, that's what I'm afraid of. I want you to promise me, if you do spot him, not to do anything until you get in touch with me. Promise?
Yeah, okay.
Well, I'll be at the station. Ask for Lieutenant Levinson's office.
Right.
Here's for the ice cream, Mary Lou. Good ice cream, too.
Oh, thanks. I make it here. Right in back. Take a quart home some night.
I always do, but it generally has a cork in it. I left Mary Lou's ice cream parlor and headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station. I don't usually start something like that, but when a kid gets fleeced out of a whole day's pay, I get a little hot under the collar.
I walked into the squad room and spotted Sergeant Otis putting shine on his big shoes.
Oh, it's you, Diamond.
Now, what good is that going to do you, Otis? You can lose a whole can of polish in the cracks.
What do you mean? My shoes ain't cracked so bad.
Well, maybe not, but I've seen bacon that look better.
If you want to see the lieutenant, go on in.
Thank you, Sergeant. Until we meet again.
Why don't you stop trying to be so funny?
Sergeant, I'll do it if you'll do something for me.
What?
Cut off your head. That face could start a Harry Carey epidemic. Hello, Walt. Now, what the devil's the about?
What do you mean?
That bilious explosion you just popped up with. Sound like you just swallowed a whole pineapple.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Who's dead?
Huh?
The body you said you found.
The body I said... No, Walt. You're not built for it.
Who?
No, Walt. It's my routine. It won't work for you.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, sure you do. You wanted to know who's dead. Well, I'm not going to tell you.
Huh?
Don't try to be cute with me. You know what it's all about. I'm not going to be the fall guy. You just hunt for the body.
Wait a minute. I don't know anything about a body.
You wanted to know who's dead, didn't you?
Sure, but that was just a gag.
Okay, have your fun, but I'm not going to tell you.
Tell me what?
Who's dead?
You mean somebody really is?
What are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about what you just said. Now, who's dead?
That's a stupid question.
Why is it?
Well, if you don't know who's dead, what the devil are you doing in charge of homicide? Go on over to the robbery detail.
Now, you wait a minute. You said...
Yes, Walt?
Oh, get out of here.
I did not. I never said, get out of here. When I came in, I said, hello, Walt, and you said, Then I said, what do you mean, You wanted to know where the body was.
I did not. I said, who's dead?
Why?
Oh, no, please. I'm an old man.
Oh, Walt, get away from that window and take a look at this.
Oh, please. Do I have to? It'll probably explode.
Now, be a good boy and open your little eyes.
Oh, all right, but I just know I'll be sorry.
Yeah.
You don't owe me any money.
Well, if I did, I'd make sure to pay you off in this stuff.
Why, what's wrong with... Where'd you get this?
Some guy slipped it to Jeff, the newsboy. He got change for it.
Oh, that certainly is a nice stunt.
Well, maybe the guy didn't know he was passing counterfeit.
I doubt it. You don't give a newsboy $5 for a paper.
Okay, tell me about it.
Well, the stuff has been flooding the city. We can't get a lead. Picked up a couple of passes, but they won't crack.
How do they work?
Look, Rick, this isn't my department. The Treasury boys are working on it right now. Why don't you go over and talk to them?
Well, if you want to be snooty about it.
Now, you wait a minute, Diamond. Yeah? Lieutenant Levinson, homicide.
Is Mr. Diamond there?
Now, wait a minute. Rick, it's for you. Yeah, wait just a minute. Here, Diamond, and if you're mixed up in something.
Walt, be quiet. Hello?
Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, Jeff?
Yeah. I just spotted the guy who slipped me the phony bill. He went into the bar next to the ice cream parlor.
You stay where you are. I'll be right over.
I'll be at the stand.
Rick.
Yeah?
Please.
Walt.
Yeah?
Bye. Jeff.
Oh, Mr. Diamond. He hasn't come out yet. He's still in the bar.
Come on.
Where are we going?
Leave your papers for a second. I want you to point him out.
Okay. He's a big guy. You better be careful.
Big guys always make me careful.
You want me to go in with you?
Just stick your head in the door and point him out, and then go on back to your papers. If I start bleeding, I'll scream. See him?
No. Yeah, there he is. Over in that booth.
Well.
You know him?
Yeah. Go on back to your stand.
Oh, golly, Mr. Diamond, can't I?
No, Jeff. Go on back.
Okay.
Hello, Walker.
Oh. What do you want, Shamus?
Well, I'll have a talk. Mind if I sit down?
Does it make any difference?
Not much.
Then sit.
You passed a phony 5-spot this morning.
I did? Well, shame on me.
How many more you got on you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You want me to turn you upside down, shake it out of you?
Diamond.
Yeah?
Bo.
Walker.
Yeah? Oh, hey, you. Let go. Oh, my arm.
You want it back?
Yeah.
Now, let's see your pockets.
Okay.
Get on your feet. I want to see what you're doing.
All right.
Okay, dump them.
Hey, what's going on here?
Just relax, bartender. I'm taking care of some business.
Well, there ain't going to be any rough stuff in my joint, so you better relax, sonny. Yeah, make this guy take his big paws off of me. He's trying to shake me down. Oh, yeah? You want me to call the cops, sonny?
Maybe that's not a bad idea. How about it, Walker? You want him to call the law?
I don't care who he calls. Just get out of my way, Diamond.
You're not going anywhere.
Now, I told you to lay off, sonny, and I meant it. Now, let him go, you hear me?
Look out, he's making a break.
Just let him be.
Get out of my way, Pop. You're too old to lose another set of teeth.
I ain't turning you loose until that guy makes the street.
Sorry, Pop. You better take a chair.
Mr. Diamond, what happened?
You see which way you went?
Yeah, there it goes around that corner.
Stay at the ice cream parlor, Jeff, so I can get you if I need you. I took off like a seagull in a hurricane. I turned the corner and spotted my man jumping into a cab, so I did the same. He led me across town to a little dive on 13th Street and got out of his cab. My boy parked up the block, and we watched while Walker looked around for a tail. When he was satisfied he'd given me the shake, he went in. I paid off my cabbie and followed. It was another bar, and Walker wasn't anywhere in the room. I sat down, ordered a beer, and waited. After about 10 minutes, I saw a couple of guys wander out of a door in the back. A couple of minutes later, a couple of more wandered out. So I wandered in. It was a small-time gambling setup. The kind you can throw in the back of your car if the cops come. I started getting that lousy feeling again. You don't just walk into a place like that unless someone wants you to. And if they do, it's usually because they got it fixed so you stay around. Maybe permanently.
What are you tailing me for, Diamond?
Why? Make you uncomfortable?
Yeah.
That's cozy setup. Good way to get rid of bad money. Pay the winner off with counterfeit.
I think we'd better go back to my office.
Oh, I don't know. I might have a little fun here. I'll bet if one of those guys at the table knew he was going to be paid off in counterfeit, he'd just about tear this place apart. And you, too.
Diamond, don't be stupid.
Oh, something new's been added.
Yeah, and it makes so much noise when it goes off. Let's go back to my office, huh?
For some reason, I just can't think of a good argument not to.
This way. Have a seat.
My ankles get lumpy when I sit down. Bad circulation.
And stand on your head.
It doesn't work. I keep talking to toes all day.
How'd you get onto this setup?
Oh, luck. You passed a bad bill to a newspaper boy. He spotted you for me.
You know what happens to you?
No. As a matter of fact, I was thinking what's going to happen to you.
What do you mean?
Treasury boys, homicide, 5th precinct. And tomorrow we're taking a full-page ad in the Times. You should do a big business.
You're lying.
Okay. I think I'll sit down while you wrestle with it.
You mean the team I know about this place and me?
The only way they'll get to know you any better is when they give you a room number at Sing Sing. Oh, you mind if I put my feet up?
Sure, go ahead.
He kept asking questions, not waiting for answers. He was good and worried. And as long as I could keep him that way, the longer I was going to keep on breathing.
I don't believe one rotten thing you said, Diamond.
Okay. He kept trying to convince himself that I was lying. He wanted to shoot me in the worst way. He moved around behind his desk and sat down. Bless his little heart. I had both feet on the front of his desk, so I shoved out as hard as I could. I pinned him against the wall with the desk and jumped up to get better leverage. I shoved so hard the front of the desk nearly cut him in two. He was stuck and he couldn't use his arms.
I can't breathe.
You want to tell me about it?
I don't know a thing.
Okay. You look pretty silly from the waist down. Come on, Walker. If I mash you anymore, they'll be able to use you for wallpaper.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, leave the gun in your pocket. When I pull the desk back, put your hands on top of it. You try a stunt and you end up in half.
Okay. What do you want to know?
Who's the big wheel behind the counterfeit ring?
You give me a chance if I tell you?
No deals.
Can't blame me for trying.
All right, you tried. Now, you want back in the vice?
No. I'll tell you.
Walker! He died with his head rolled back and his eyes staring up like he wanted to starve for trying. Whoever shot him had been out in the alley and had nailed him through the window. I looked out, but the killer had disappeared, so I put in a call to homicide, and finally Walt and his boys arrived.
Diamond, don't you ever get tired of corpses?
Well, of course not. I just do my bit and then try to make you happy.
Hey, you want me to call the wagon and get the coroner down here, Lieutenant?
No, Otis. I thought we might all sit around and wait for the dead man to say something.
Oh, I was only asking, Lieutenant.
Well, start using that mallet head of yours, you mallet head, and make a report.
Okay.
Now, Diamond, I want to know how you got mixed up in this thing.
Well, the dead man was the one who slipped the paper boy the 45. I tailed him, and he was just about to tell me who was behind the ring when he got a hole in his head.
Oh, he was going to tell you, was he? Just like that.
What did you do? Set his clothes on fire?
No. We were playing Truth and Consequences, and he fibbed, so I...
Now, you stop that. This guy was the only link we had on the counterfeit ring. And you have to fix it so he dies. Rick, there's enough phony money floating around New York right now to start another Black Friday. This is the best setup we've run into since Dad Foster operated in 1937.
Dad Foster?
Yeah, Dad Foster. You remember hearing about him.
Yeah, is he still doing time?
No, he served his sentence and he's gone straight ever since.
How do you know? Where is he?
He runs a little saloon on 53rd Street.
53rd? Thanks, Bob.
Oh, now, you wait a minute. Who the devil are you calling?
A quiz program. I want to win an electric chair.
Oh.
Mary Lou's Ice Cream Parlor.
Is Jeff the newsboy there?
Why, yes. It's for you, Jeff. Thanks. Hello?
Jeff, this is Mr. Diamond. I want you to do me a favor.
Sure, anything for you.
Okay, now, you know the saloon next to the ice cream parlor?
Yeah?
You know the bartender?
Yeah, old guy. Buys the paper from me every night.
All right. Now, stay in the parlor and keep an eye on the front of the saloon. If the bartender comes out, find out where he goes. But for Pete's sake, be careful.
Sure, Mr. Diamond. I'll do what you say. Is something up?
Well, could be. If anything happens before I get there, call Lieutenant Levinson. I'll tell you all about it when I see you.
You're getting to be a pretty important fellow, Jeff. Phone calls now.
Oh, that was Mr. Diamond. He wants me to stay here and keep an eye on the front of the saloon. Okay?
Oh, sure, of course. So why did he want you to do that?
Oh, it's something big, I think. Something to do with the bartender that works there.
The bartender?
Yeah. I'll just sit up in front here and keep an eye out.
Look, Jeff, watch the store for me, will you? I've got to go in back and pack some ice cream to be sent out.
Sure. Mary Lou! Mary Lou! Guess I better get it myself. Mary Lou's Ice Cream Parlor.
Can I talk with Mary Lou?
If she went in back, I'll get her for you. Just a minute.
Thank you.
I tell you, it's getting too risky. That Diamond's a private detective.
Yeah, he came in the bar and started to rough up Walker.
Well, that stupid Walker should have been more careful about passing out that money. What if Diamond catches him and makes him talk?
He caught up, but he didn't make Walker talk.
What do you mean?
I took care of Walker. I got a good shot at him from the alley.
Well, maybe it's better like that. But look, if we don't...
Hello?
Yeah?
Mary Lou isn't here. Get off the line.
What?
Yeah, get off.
Operator.
Get me the 5th Precinct Police Station. It's a matter of life and death.
I'll connect you.
Oh, golly, please hurry.
I'm ringing.
5th Precinct.
Is Mr. Richard Diamond around there? He said to call Lieutenant Levinson.
Oh, Diamond isn't here. That is the lieutenant.
You know where I can reach them?
Yeah, but that's about it all. Who's this?
I'm a friend of Mr. Diamond's. I'm in an ice cream parlor.
Ice cream parlor. Look, son.
No. I just heard someone say that they killed a man named Walker, and I think I know who's behind the counterfeit ring.
What's your address?
It's...
Hello, kid. What's wrong? Hello.
Good lucky we came out this way.
I wonder how he heard us.
We walked back and opened the door. What are we going to do with him?
Well, tie him up and gag him. There's a closet in the back, and we can put him in there until he's safe to take him out.
Oh, but he's making too much trouble the way. Okay.
I can get him back there. You better go on over to the bar in case someone shows up.
All right. Later tonight, I'll take the kid down to the river and teach him how hard it is to swim when he's dead. Now, you listen here, young fella. If you're back here for trouble...
Dad, I'm back for a lot of trouble, and I think you're going to help me out.
You'd better leave, Sonny, or I'll call the law.
Why don't you?
What do you want?
I want to know how long you've been back in the counterfeit racket.
Now, look, Sonny, I've been going straight for a long time.
You know something, Dad? I don't think so. Let's get down to the station and talk about it.
You got a warrant, Shamus?
I got a nasty disposition. You want me to show you?
No.
You want a gun, Dad?
Why, what difference does it make?
I want to look at it. A guy named Walker got dead from a gun. Now, let's see it.
Sonny.
What is it?
I can't show it to you.
Yeah, why not?
Because I got it under the bar, pointed right at your belly. If I drag it out, it might scare the customers.
Oh, it's like that, huh?
It sure is. You see that door there in the back?
I know.
That's a good boy. You just keep walking along your side of the bar and don't try anything. I just had my floor scrubbed. It'd be a shame to spill you all over it. Okay. Open the door. Go on now. Up the alley.
You shoot Walker?
I might have.
Oh, where you got your printing presses?
You're just full of questions, aren't you, Sonny? Okay. Stop here.
Behind the ice cream parlor, huh? Well.
Mary!
Make mine hot fudge with the nuts.
Mary!
Just a minute. Say, what's the idea? I thought you... Oh.
Good afternoon. I'm selling a new brand of Indian nuts, great for banana splits.
What's the shamus doing here?
He's too smart. I gotta cut off his education.
Are you crazy? This guy's got friends. That kid was calling the 5th precinct, remember?
Kid?
Yeah, your little news hound.
What did you do with him?
He's all right until tonight. We got him locked up.
Dad, I think I'll make you eat that 38.
I don't think so. No difference if I kill you right here.
Oh, hold it, Dad. We can't have a gun going off back here. Even if we could hide the shamus, they'd find the presses.
Oh, so that's it. Those ice cream machines, the cover-up.
Ain't he smart?
What do? Ship the stuff out in ice cream cartons?
What's with you? You want a tour of inspection?
Come on, now, take it easy. You won't be smart for long.
Well, how are you going to do it?
We're going to take a walk, aren't we, Shamus?
Oh, I have the most horrible instep. I'll never make it without skates or something.
You'll make it. Come on, the car's around front.
Hi. Hey, what's happening in the street?
Oh, Dad.
Yeah, it's only some drunk come out of the bar the wrong way. Funny, I didn't see him in
Oh, this is very confusing. If this is 53rd Street, somebody's stolen some building. Oh, hi. Hello.
Now, take it easy, Shamus. I'm putting the gun in my pocket, but it's still right in line with your belt.
I'm going back inside.
No. Play it straight. Just like we were talking.
Wow, you're pretty unsociable, to say the least. What's the matter? Can't you even say hello? I'm lost.
Sure. You're in an alley. The entrance is right out there.
Oh, yeah? Oh, would you mind showing me? I seem to be a little confused.
Now, look, it's right up there. Just keep going.
Hey, where'd you go?
Oh, no.
Oh, there you are, Lieutenant.
Lieutenant.
It's a cop.
Look out, Walt. Give it a go, Walt. Come on, Dad. Give me that gun.
Let go of me. Let me go, you lucky topper.
You got him, Rick? He won't play. There. Now you will. Just take it easy, lady.
Hey, what's going on?
Otis,
Yeah?
go out and start walking around the block.
Huh?
You hear me? Go on.
Okay, but I don't get it. What do you want me to walk around the block for?
I want you to get used to it, because that's what you're going to be doing for the rest of your time on the force. In Flatbush.
Flatbush?
Yes.
Gee, Mr. Diamond, thanks for the dinner invitation, but where are we going?
Well, I'm going to introduce you to Miguel. She's a redhead, Jeff, so no cracks about my office research.
Oh, sure. But don't you think you should have called her first? How do you know she's got enough dinner?
Jeff, this girl's got more steaks in her deep freezer than a bullfight arena sees in a year. Here we are.
Yes? Oh, good evening, Mr. Diamond.
Good evening, Francis. This is Jeff, Francis. He's going to have dinner with us.
Hi.
Oh, hi. Come right in. Miss Asher's in the study, Mr. Diamond.
Thank you, Francis.
Mr. Diamond.
Yes?
You know the various items that you've left with me for safekeeping?
Look, Francis, I promise I'll get them out of hock as soon as I get a paying client.
Oh, no, it's not that, sir. I didn't really want to hold them as security in the first place. But as long as you insisted in such a fine collection, I'd like to show them to my girls, sir.
Why, sure, Francis. I didn't know you had a girl.
Oh, yes, sir. She's the upstairs maid in the apartment below us.
Oh.
I'm afraid I told her a wee fib to get acquainted, as it were. She thinks I'm an undercover agent, and I'm afraid I'm going to have to prove it.
Well, my gun and the badge should do the trick. And if it doesn't work, just get under a cover.
Oh, by George, that was a real... Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Come on, Jeff. We're not appreciated.
Rick. Oh, hello. Hello.
Helen, this is Jeff, the boy who's helping me send Dad Foster and Company back to prison. Jeff, this is Helen Asher.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you, Jeff.
They had him locked up in the closet for a couple of hours, and he looked kind of hungry when he got him out. How about it, honey? You think you can grind up another cow?
Oh, well, there's plenty for Jeff and me, but you've got to make up for 3 things.
3 things?
Yes. First of all, you haven't called me in 2 days. Second, you're half hour late for dinner. And third, well, I'll tell you later.
I'll leave the room if you want me to.
No, Jeff. You stay right here. You're going to literally see a man sing for his supper.
Helen.
All right. Come on, Jeff. We'll go dig into those nice, fat, juicy steaks.
Oh, boy.
Steaks? Hey, wait a minute. My taste buds just started whipping each other. My vibrato may sound like a machine gun, but I'll do it.
I thought you were kidding. Is he really going to sing, Miss Asher?
No, I'm not going to sing Miss Asher. I'm going to do a little song I used to sing with hip boots on a gondola. You're breaking my heart 'cause you're leaving. You've fallen for somebody new. It isn't too easy believing you'd leave after all we've been through. It's breaking my heart to remember the dreams we depended upon. You're leaving a slow dying ember. I'll miss you, my love, when you're gone. I wish you joy, though teardrops burn. But if someday you should want to return, please hurry back, and we'll make a new start. Till then you're breaking my heart.
Mr. Diamond, did you really sing in a gondola with hip boots on?
Yeah, that's right, Jeff.
Well, I know you don't need the hip boots anymore. Will you loan them to me?
What for?
I want to wade out of here.
Well, get him.
For that, you get 2 desserts.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Helen was played by Virginia Gregg, Lieutenant Levinson by Ed Begley. Also in our cast were Wilms Herbert, Tommy Bernard, Sammy Hill, Lou Krugman, and Polly Bear. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Richard Sandville. Dick Powell soon will be seen in the screen version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. Now, this is Eddie King inviting you to be with us again at the same time next week, when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Saturday night brings you some of the week's best radio entertainment when you tune for the stars on NBC. Stay tuned to NBC every Saturday evening for a great lineup of programs, including Hollywood Star Theater, Ralph Edwards' Truth or Consequences, Your Hit Parade, A Day in the Life of Dennis Day, The Judy Canova Show, and Grand Ole Opry. All the best on NBC. Stay tuned now for Victor Mature and Hollywood Star Theater on NBC.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Finitum est.
Mr. Who?
Finitum est. It is finished. Latin.
Oh, Sam?
What's left of me, sweetheart?
Well, where are you? What happened? Who did it?
Here, everything, and what?
That.
No, I asked you first.
Sam.
Now you're making sense.
Well, did that Mr. Marchus get in touch with you?
Demortuus nil nisi bonum.
Oh, Sam, stop it.
Second year Latin, F. Speak well of the dead.
You mean he's dead?
If you have tears, prepare to shed them now.
This one ends up worse than Rigoletto. Have your extra handkerchief ready, get some organ music on the radio, and I'll be down to dictate my report on the Tears of Night caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. You know, just a little Wild Root Cream Oil in your hair can mean a world of improvement in your general appearance. Just try it and see. See how Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose dandruff. Yes, you'll be glad to discover that just a few drops of Wild Root Cream Oil make a big difference. So if you've never tried it before, get the 25-cent get-acquainted size and ask for it by name. Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Many things, F.
But it's also kind of raw. Oh, Sam.
In time, Effie, my wounds will heal.
Oh, I'll bet that Mamie Gagan had something to do with it. I could tell when she came in here that she was going to be...
Mortuus nil nisi bonum.
Huh?
Latin. Speak well of the dead, remember?
Oh, shit.
One thing at a time, sweetheart. Let's get this over with. I want to find a doctor.
Oh, you're so brave, Sam. Carrying on in the face of your face.
Sure.
You won't be satisfied until you just die for your profession.
Well, if I do, nil nisi bonum, Effie. Nil nisi bonum.
That means?
Latin means, you have bony knees.
Oh.
Date, July 24, 1949, to Miss Daphne Arlington from Samuel Spade, San Francisco, license number 137596. Subject, the Tears of Night. Dear Daphne, I hope this will clear up a few things in your mind. I hope it'll let you know how you got where you are and what happened to put you there. It all has an illogical beginning, middle, and end. At 3, yesterday afternoon, my loyal secretary and confidant, Miss Effie Perrine, a doll, who has been rehearsing a Cockney play for television, flung open my office door and said,
Miss Mamie Gagan to see Mr. Spade.
I said, cooey. Miss Mamie Gagan looked everything the name implied, from her lately blonded hair to her genuine alligator shoes. I might add, she weighed in at approximately 160 and was in very good condition.
You, Spade.
I am he. Sit down, please.
Ah.
Don't you believe me?
I hate gumshoes. They all stink.
Something in your background. Perhaps as a girl. I'm just assuming that you were one.
Oh, gumshoes are nosy. They talk too much. That's why I don't like them. Here.
For me?
Who else, stupid?
Oh, and it says, pay to the order of Samuel Spade, $100, signed Mamie Gagan, co-signed Johnny McCall. All right, is it good?
You wise guy or something? Sure it's good. I'm the treasurer. Get your hat.
In this weather?
We're going to go see Johnny.
McCall?
Yeah.
Why are we going to see Johnny?
Johnny wants you should do something for him.
What does Johnny want I should do for him?
Come on, Spade. What's the matter with you? He'll tell you.
I just love to hear you talk, Mame. That's all.
All this gas ain't getting us nowhere. The boss is waiting. Gumshoes talk too much.
Yes, ma'am. Well, maybe we do, but ours is a lonely profession. Mamie led me to a large Cadillac parked in a no-parking zone. She tore the ticket up and ate it. We got in and charged through traffic towards Burlingame. About a half a mile this side of the main highway, we turned off to the left, and pretty soon we were winding up a private road to a fine old colonial mansion. 2 or 3 private patrolmen were guarding the entrance. They all needed shaves. They kind of nodded as we went up to the front door. Naturally enough, it didn't open, but a peep shutter did.
Yeah?
It's me, Feely. That's the private keeper the boss wants to see. Open up.
Okay.
How are you feeling, Mr. Feely?
Screw. All kinds of folks around.
This way, Spade.
How is it?
Mamie, I got your peepers.
Okay.
Inside. Here he is, Johnny, flat feet and all. His name's Spade.
They are not.
I know. I picked him myself. Go on, beat it.
I hate gumshoes.
Boo.
I don't mind Mamie. She's kind of
Yes,
bitter.
she is.
She did a lousy job on her hair last time. It's all streaky.
Yeah, I noticed.
Go on, sit down.
Nice place, Johnny, nice place. How's the growth?
Oh, ain't as good as running beer, but them days are gone. I do all right. 2 crap tables, 2 faro games, a little roulette in the living room, but I have to be careful.
Yeah, you seem to have plenty of muscle outside to keep you safe and comfy.
Punks, all of them. But the best I can get nowadays, no good gunsels left. Guess they all got married and settled down or something.
All right, Johnny, it's cool and it's nice out here. You make a living, and I got a check for $100. Why?
Well, in my line, I don't generally have much use for a private eye. I don't generally like them.
Neither does Mamie.
But I can use one right now. Ever see this before? No? Well, it's a little bit of necklace.
Necklace case.
Called the Tears of Night or something.
Yeah?
And it's worth quite a chunk of Geetus. These 4 diamonds are good stuff. Dame named Daphne Arlington left it here a week ago when she went in for a plunge at the roulette table. She left it for a standby till she raised the cash. Oh, screwy dame. You know, a widow with a lot of money. Boyfriend named Lenny Eppich. He paints or something. Mm-hmm. Well, she sent me a check today for the 5 G's she lost, and I just want you to take this thing back to her.
That all?
Yeah, that's all. I got my dough, she gets a necklace. You're a licensed bonded investigator, insured, it's safe with you. I couldn't trust any of my punks with it, and I don't like to be seen in public, so you just take it back. It's all very simple.
Uh-huh. Now that you've told me how simple it is, suppose you give me the unexpurgated sequel. Did her check bounce?
All right. You want a drink? There wasn't any check, Sam. She called me a couple of hours ago and said if I didn't have this thing back to her by tonight, she'd call a load of cops and come out here and tear the joint apart.
Not such a screwy dame at that. You're stuck.
You telling me. If she comes with cop, I'm closed for season. I'm getting old.
Oh, you're not old, Johnny.
Feely was running the table, and I didn't know he'd taken this thing for security until we counted up.
Stupid Feely.
I should have pushed his mush in or something. Letting a dame like that make us a setup.
Well, maybe you'll do better next time.
Oh, ain't gonna be no next time, Spade. Well, here's her address. Here's the ice. Just take it to her, and I'll chalk it up to experience.
You better get yourself a new boy at that table, Johnny.
You telling me. You telling me.
Well, bye.
Lenny, I thought you'd never get here. The performance begins at 8:30, and you know how the traffic is, and if we're going to have a bite to eat... You ask Lenny. Where's Lenny?
I don't know, Miss Arlington. I'm supposed to deliver some jewelry.
Jewelry? That would be mortuous. Mortuous.
Mortuous. Yes, but I...
What are you looking at?
Your throat.
Really? Well, really, Mr.
Spade, Sam Spade.
Well, really, Mr. Spade. I'm only waiting for Lenny to get here so we can make the first curtain of streetcar. And we're going to be late if he doesn't get here. You can understand that, Mr. Spade.
You're going to be a little early. Streetcar doesn't open until Monday.
Well, already, and he hasn't shown up. Well, good night, Mr. Spade.
Hey. The white ermine cape you were wearing and the black strapless thing needed a touch, but you had it. A diamond necklace. In fact, the Tears of Night, the same one I had in my pocket, Daphne, was hanging around your lovely neck. I rebuzzed your buzzer and knocked on your door for quite a while until it was quite evident that you were not going to open up. Under the hallway light, I snapped over the necklace case. Mortuous, you had said. And mortuous was what it said stamped inside the case. A gloomy word with a gloomy address. The White Hotel on Turk Street.
Hannibal Mortuous. At your service, sir.
If ever a man had the look of death, it was this one who had its name. He was older than old, cadaverous, and in his skull-like head his eyes were white. He was wearing a flannel nightshirt.
You find me a bit indisposed, Mr. Spade. The clerk at the desk said it was a matter of jewelry. Therefore, Hannibal Mortuous is at your service. Now then, sir, what is so urgent?
I came to ask you about a diamond necklace. I found your name stamped on the inside here.
House of Mortuous, most respected name in diamonds, as well as all the lapidary arts. Most respected. Fine jewels and the name Mortuous is synonymous the world over. I am the last of 4 sons. But it continues to Spade.
Well, I just want you to take a look at this.
Mm-hmm. And how do you come in possession of the Tears of Night, sir?
Well, a man named Johnny McCall, who runs a gambling club, hired me to deliver it to a lady named Daphne Arlington. She lost it at the roulette table. She left it there until she could raise the cash.
Deplorable conduct on her part. Daphne Arlington, most indiscreet young lady, to be sure.
I recall my interview with her when her late husband, Sidney, ordered this necklace. A lovely body, propelled by a ridiculous mind. For shame, such conduct, a gambling house, the tears of night, a pawn.
Well, this is real, then? It isn't phony?
Mr. Spade, I am a gemologist. The House of Mortuors. Of course it's real.
Take a good look.
When an artist creates a dazzling thing of beauty such as this, would he be so unlikely as to forget the time, the patience, the agony of his creation? See how each stone is carefully mounted to capture every single pinpoint of light. An incomparable masterpiece. And good money.
How much money?
On the wholesale market, about 10,000.
Arlington?
He paid 25, but he had it, as I say, incomparable.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I saw another one just like it tonight.
Ridiculous. The finest workman at best could only create a crude resemblance. This kind of work demands an artist, or an artist. But tell me, Latin languis herba, eh?
My second year Latin escapes me.
Snake in the grass. Something wrong?
Something wrong, yeah.
You are concerned for the safety of this piece. I have a small safe in my room. You may have the key if you care.
I'll take it with me. Thank you, Mr. Mortuus.
My pleasure, Mr. Spade. Omnia mortuus bonum vocates. All speak well of Mortuus, of Panza. What do you mean?
In the dismal lobby of the White Hotel, I asked the night clerk for some wrapping paper and 20 cents worth of stamps. It was a hunch, plus the fact that outside in the street I spotted two of Johnny McCall's unshaved gorillas. They were looking up at the front of the building. Mr. Mortuus must have switched off his light or something because their eyes suddenly dropped and I saw them separate, one on each side of the front door. With shoulders carefully hunched, I stepped out into the lonesome night. I hoped they would think I was carrying my .38, which I was not. They didn't.
Here's the paper, Candy. You want to ask him for a match? Candy's nearsighted.
That's too bad.
This him, Ernest? Got a match, Spade?
Yeah, not so close.
Candy asked if you got a match. He's a dummy, Candy. He don't answer.
Got a match, Spade?
What did I tell you? He's a dummy.
He don't look like no dummy.
Take your hands off.
He's a dummy, all right. Ain't you, Spade? See, he's a dummy, Candy. I told him about you being nearsighted and he wouldn't answer.
He don't talk.
Go on, smart boy. Tell Candy how sorry you are about him being nearsighted. I told you he was a dummy, Candy.
All private eyes like you.
Candy asked you a question. He wants to know if all private eyes is like you.
I don't like no dummy.
We ask questions and he ain't told us nothing. That makes him a dummy.
Maybe we find out something if we went through his pockets.
Yeah, even a dummy's got pockets. Ain't that right, dummy? Hold him, Candy.
All right, boys. You played the scene real good, and I'll see what I can do for you.
Hey, he talks.
Yeah. Make him talk again, Candy. Make him talk bigger, Candy. Bigger.
He talks real nice, but he don't say much. Think maybe he's tough, Ernest?
Yeah, maybe. Hold him up.
See? He ain't so tough.
I didn't feel like talking on that quiet little street where the only noise was my face pounding on their fists. I didn't have the necklace anymore, but they had to find out the hard way. The hard way for me.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, back to the Tears of Night Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I remember trying to wake up a couple of times. I was dreaming that we were driving along in a giant Cadillac. Big Mamie was sitting on my lap. She was eating a diamond necklace and spitting out cherry pits, which Mr. Mortuus grabbed, looked at through his jeweler's glass, and then tossed into a roulette wheel. Then we had a blowout, and the whole car vanished with everybody screaming, "The Mortuus, the Mortuus." Somewhere around 7 in the a.m., I began to get a feeling. Several feelings, and all of them hurt. I had been dumped in the grass in a fairly nice neighborhood. In your neighborhood, as a matter of fact, Daphne. And 5 minutes later, I was climbing the steps to your apartment. I thought maybe you'd let me wash my face in your bathroom. Also, you seemed the logical one to question since nothing else made sense. You were sitting in a large chair. The drapes were drawn, the door was slightly open, and only the light from the hall seeped in. You had the phone in your lap. The receiver was off. My guess was right. You were looking at nothing.
Oh, Mr. Spade, it's you. You came back. You've been in an accident.
I don't think you'll need this.
Oh, well then, Mr. Spade. Well then, I suppose you've met some people tonight who know a great deal about me.
A gambler or a jeweler?
Did they tell you about Lenny Effich?
No.
He's really a dear, Mr. Spade. Quite the nicest boy I've met since Sidney was killed in that horrible automobile accident. Sidney and I had so many things together. I do think he enjoyed being alive with me. I mean, I cried when Sidney was killed. I really did. I cried.
Miss Arlington,
I didn't know what to do. I cried. That was 3 years ago, but now I have Lenny. He's really a dear. I do think that Lenny will be a very prominent artist someday. I do. Lenny asked me to marry him tonight.
He did?
I've been very lonely since Sidney died. Lenny isn't interested in my money. Lenny has some money of his own. What enough? I can't seem to get my tongue adjusted to my mouth. Did that ever happen to you, Mr. Spade?
Sometimes, yes.
But perhaps I should see a correctionist. I'm glad you came by again. I didn't know you were a detective the first time.
Who told you?
Why, Mr. McCall. I really can't understand money.
Please, Miss Arlington.
I know it must be strange to you, but look at them. But some people live for it. Some people die for it.
Please, Miss Arlington, we can't get anything done.
Look, they do look so funny. So very funny. I've seen them count money. So much money. And I really believe that is all I live for. Oh, look at me.
You were pointing at something across the darkened room. It took me 10 seconds to find the light switch. Stretched out on your floor, they looked funny, all right. Candy and Ernest. Both of them as dead as you can get.
Hello, darling. Darling. I've been waiting all night. I knew you'd telephone and give me your answer. I knew you'd marry me.
Your name, Lenny Effich?
Why, yes, but I was expecting...
My name's Spade. I'm a private investigator. I'm calling from her apartment.
Daphne's?
Now, listen. There's been a couple of murders here.
Murders?
She's had quite a jolt. She's going to need you and all the help she can get to bring her out of it. I've called homicide, and it might be pretty rough for her.
I'll be right over.
Bring a doctor.
Right.
And a lawyer. I'm afraid she'll need one of those, too.
I've got a good one. We'll be there. Thanks, Mr. Spade.
He showed up about the same time the crew from homicide got there. Your fiancé's a good guy. He talked fast and urgently, as did the doctor and lawyer he brought with him, and through their combined efforts, you were removed not to police headquarters, but to the private hospital in which you are now a patient. It was obvious from the powder test that you could not have fired the .45 which ended the lives of Candy and Ernest. It was also obvious that the murders had been done elsewhere. But who had done them remained to be seen.
Ah, Spade, I've been expecting you. Come in, sir. I've been amusing myself with your chessboard. Sit down. Oh, you had a hectic night.
Yeah, your boys were pretty rough.
Candy and Ernest, two men of another world, Mr. Spade, not our world. Allow me to apologize for that action.
I want more than an apology, Mr. Mortuus. And if that's my gun and it looks like it's got a hair trigger. And if you'll pardon me for saying so, your hands are a little shaky.
I underestimated you, Spade. Such an ingenious method of protecting the tears of night. Why, sir, by the simple expedient of placing it in an envelope and mailing it to yourself from my hotel lobby, you hired as guardians the entire United States Postal Service, not to mention the armed forces.
Thanks. What happens now?
We wait for the mail.
Just tell me where I'm wrong, will you, Mr. Mortuus? McCall wanted me to get caught with it. He didn't know it was real. You'd made a phony for him. Only you found out it wasn't phony when I came to your place. Then there was a double cross.
If you can bear my vanity, I have invented a new word. Triple cross. It has a ring to it,
Oh. Including Mamie?
Mamie and her friends have been very valuable to me, but I must necessarily exclude them from sharing the profits.
Mamie knocked off Candy and Ernest?
Abetted by the last of the house of Mortuus.
You planted them in Daphne's place.
Mamie and I. A crude touch, I thought, but it had a purpose. I happen to know that Mrs. Arlington has for a long time been on the verge of a nervous breakdown. With 2 cadavers in her living room, she was very unlikely to discuss a bogus necklace with the police. And I doubt very much if she knew she was wearing the original or the imitation. Flighty girl.
That's the lousiest thing the house of Mortuus ever did. She walked in and found them.
If you had merely returned the real necklace to her, it would have been simple to make an exchange, and none of this would have been necessary. But
I know. You just sit here and wait for the mail.
We wait for the mail.
What about your other playmate?
I'm afraid I'll be sought for a murder or 2 or 3 this night. Mamie.
She got it, too?
Yes.
Where are the police going to find her?
Oh, in my hotel room, which I departed hastily once the room clerk had informed me of your ingenious method for protecting the necklace. I shot her there.
You work cheap.
Cheap, sir? I don't understand.
A $10,000 necklace? It's not quite a king's ransom, you know.
The tears of night are worth 5 times that. I'm afraid I misinformed you as to their value. I didn't want you to become suspicious.
You are a really horrible, terrifying old man. I suppose you think you'll get away with it.
I don't intend to get away with it. An old man, yes, but I intend to spend my remaining years...
They'll pick you up before you get to the airport.
I doubt that. I shall turn the tears of night into cash. And with a well-laden purse, I shall guarantee to elude the police over half the world. In 2 years, perhaps 3, they'll get me. But I've spent the money. And...
We have a visitor.
Caution, Spade. I do shoot well. Answer it, tell them to go away. I'll be right beside you. All right. Open.
Look, one side, Spade, I got a gun.
Obvious.
Mamie.
I thought I'd find you here waiting for the mail. You dirty. You didn't do such a good job on me.
Caution, my dear. I have a gun, too.
Everybody but me.
I can last long enough to let you have it.
Not so good, my dear. Your loss of blood has made you groggy.
Still good enough to...
Well,
It was almost a photo finish. He kind of leaned into the wall with a pained and amazed look on his face, then he seemed to try to walk.
Mr. Spade. Mr. Spade, sir, I believe I've been shot. I'll need a little assistance. I can't seem to hold my feet, sir. I can't seem to hold my feet. This was an awkward plan at best. The mortuus nil nisi bonum, Spade. Or if your second-year Latin escapes your memory, speak well the day.
Period and a report.
Oh, Sam. All those people.
4 in all.
And that poor girl, Daphne. How she must have felt when she saw it. Oh, Sam.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
You poor darling.
Well, it's about time.
And you go right home. In fact, I'm going to take you home.
Yeah? Then what?
Well,
You are a registered nurse, maybe?
Well, I...
Go type that up. I am completely well, and when you return, we shall Indian wrestle.
Certainly, sir.
And now, listen to this. Shopping note. Tonight or tomorrow, get a family-sized bottle or handy tube of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's favorite hair tonic.
Oh, yes. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Renee and Pierre Garrigag. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you transcribed by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.